Got a hell of a game Saturday.
Yes, that was fun. That was a lot of fun.
I know you saw it by now. How about the end of the Colorado game? How does that happen?
Where's the safety? What in the world? Quarterback running that far to the left. You're still in the middle of the field. What the heck? Morning, Paul, EB. Hope you had a good weekend. Yes. Boy, Michigan State's improved dramatically, haven't they?
Yeah, kid can throw it. He just throws a lot of picks. He's young. I think he's only 19.
That was a tough spot to win, and they nearly pulled it off.
Yeah, they kind of blew it, but they played hard.
EB, I don't know who's left in a survivor pool. I mean, how many of you were just betting against the Panthers? Seeing how long that would last. Boy, Irish football and ambient are going to be.
Oh, God.
But of course, we have to remind them that they're the ones that rode off Bo Nix and the Broncos last week. So
Right.
So they can be happy, but they can't be finger pointing. Oh, is that the? EB, I don't think so. Had a bad game. They had a bad game. It happens. Yeah, and ambient. What's that, like the third one he's completed? I mean, he's got. He and they have an Aaron Rodgers Packers ability to them. Yeah, well.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you after a wild football weekend and a crazy baseball one as well, which is embodied in my outfit today. You may want to go to twitch.tv/Miller Moulton and check it out. I'll explain why. But first, how the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I come at you live. I should say Cincinnati. I'm technically across the river in Covington, Kentucky, a mile and a half from the Reds and Bengals stadiums, Mark. But it's close enough. It's Cincinnati. Cincinnati. Morning. How are you?
I didn't know if you were in Cincinnati, Covington, or the local bowling alley.
Well, I treated myself yesterday. And by the way, I also treated myself with a longtime listener of the show who now follows us. He, spent many of his years in Florida. He has now relocated to Ohio, and he downloads our podcast regularly, and he checks us out via Twitch, and he's our lawyer buddy, Guillermo. All right. Well, Guillermo and I got together and took in the Reds-Pirates game yesterday.
Wow. Look at you.
Yeah.
Hanging with the listeners.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
No problem. My pleasure. So, hey, listen, I didn't have to do anything. All I had to do was walk outside the hotel. He drove an hour and a half. I know. I mean, don't get me wrong. He was excited too. He's a goober like us. Paul Skeens, Hunter Green there pitching for the Reds. Chance to see Ellie De La Cruz in person. Sure, what the heck? Sunny and 85 was the forecast. Let's go.
Right on. Way to take in a game on your day off. I mean, when you take in sporting games every day for work, you know what you should do on your day off is take in another one.
I thought you would be appreciative of
I am
me
appreciative.
pressing the flesh, number one, and number two. Okay, come on now, the sports fan in me. Chance to see Skeens in person. It's kind of like Strasburg his rookie year. We drove across the alley to see like his 8th ever start and what have you. Man, this just in. He throws really hard. Holy mackerel. Man. But I realized after Guillermo and I had made these plans that, wait a minute, it's a Sunday. A lot of teams, if they're home last week, that means they're on the road this week. Wait, are we going to the last home game of the year? Is this going to be a fan appreciation day? And sure enough, it was. And I'm like, wait, are they going to give stuff away? Am I going to come away from this game with a goodie? And Mark, I'm wearing the goodie. Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Mm-hmm. It's one size too small. It is. All right. I need an extra X to go with the L. All right. But how about this bowling shirt, huh?
It is something.
That's a Reds insignia, okay, over my left breastplate there. And otherwise, doesn't it look like a bad tuxedo?
David, when I saw you this morning, I thought you had a bow tie on, and I couldn't figure out why you had a bow tie on because you were sitting down and it's a black collar on the shirt, and that's the only thing I can see around the red. And I thought you had an outfit for tonight's football game. I wasn't exactly sure. We know that occasionally on Monday nights you show up in costume. Usually that's for Halloween, but
right.
I thought maybe there was a special occasion and you were going to go in a tuxedo shirt. You remember those when they had the T-shirts that looked like tuxedos?
Yes.
That's kind of what I thought you had on. And I was like, wow, it's an interesting choice of apparel for a Monday morning.
Miller and Moulton were doing our little sound check about 15 minutes before the show, and Mark goes, "Good morning. That's the ugliest thing I've ever seen you wear."
Yeah,
and I go, "It's free, and it's just to come on. I want to be part of the community. Embrace my 48 hours in Cincinnati."
After the show, you might as well go to Skyline and eat some of that dreadful chili.
Well, I'm thinking about it for lunch, but that's a risk. What if it doesn't agree with me?
Yeah, that's a tester.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do it. Besides, I know for a fact that they serve Skyline chili throughout the press box at the game. So
if proud of
it. They are. Oh my goodness, are they? Yes. Mm-hmm. So if we want some, I can get it at halftime.
Okay, good to know.
That's dangerous, though. Once again, if it doesn't agree with you, I mean, you're up in that booth and you're crop dusting the whole second half. All right, can't be doing that. All right, cannot be doing that. Just saying. Certain things you can't do in that job. Crop dusting's one of them.
I would imagine that it would be one of them, unless it's Joe or Troy, in which case they can do whatever they want.
Yes, that is true. That is definitely true. But how was your weekend?
not a whole lot of activity. The daughter's soccer game got postponed for whatever reason. So I didn't have a whole lot going on all weekend, which was great because there was a lot of football to watch. So I planted my fat butt on the couch and watched a great deal of football and followed baseball on my phone.
Well, you better, because your Detroit Tigers woke up this morning as a playoff team.
Damn right they did.
You better be watching your baseball, or at least following it. And by the way, you're not going to make fun of me next Sunday when I'm taking in the Tigers-White Sox game. I'm going to get to see the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball and potentially a playoff team.
Potentially is right. 6 left. They are now the wild card team. They are tied with Kansas City, holding off the Twins by a full game because the Twins got beaten a double dip against Boston yesterday.
Unbelievable. And they got whacked twice. Got outscored like 17-4 in the doubleheader. Twins own the tiebreak against everyone. They win every single tiebreaker. The problem now for the Twins is they have to get tied.
They win the tiebreakers. They just can't win.
Right.
They have been awful coming down the stretch.
So, did Saturday live up to whatever expectation you had? You know, there wasn't a great noon slate. USC Michigan was the headliner at 3:30. I hope for those that took in that game that you felt that the game lived up to whatever your expectation was, because that was fairly entertaining.
Entertaining game. No doubt. That was a great 3:30 slot. And then, you know, Tennessee and Oklahoma, Tennessee kind of armbarred them. You know, just kind of kept their hand on their forehead and said, we'll take care of this.
Right. So, and I'm trying to remember, when was Dion and the Buffaloes, was that Friday night?
No, that was Saturday. That was
a Saturday night?
That was Saturday night on Fox.
Yeah. So
that game took a while. They
don't run the ball. Colorado games take 4 hours.
Yes, they do.
So
what
but
a finish. Holy Toledo.
Yeah, they play entertaining football. And Big Noon's going to follow them. Fox's pregame is coming to Orlando Saturday to lead into Colorado UCF. Get the Big Noon slot, I believe. So good for UCF, and maybe a chance for Gator fans to do some scouting on UCF a week before the Gators are going to play them.
And way to go, Gators! Nice win. Way to get Mississippi State. You guys did what you were supposed to do.
It was nice to see the offense break out. Here's the downside. Mississippi State, besides being a really bad team, is a really bad rushing team, averaging less than 100 yards a game coming into the Florida game. And they had just played Toledo and rushed for like 62 yards. Yeah, they rushed for like 260 against the Gators.
Right.
UCF runs the ball well. Gus Malzahn can run the ball. They got a bye week. They got to fix their run defense, or else their next few opponents are literally going to run them right off the field. So just throwing that out there. Yes, you got to win, but whoa, the game within the game there was worrisome for the Gators. So Saturday was okay then? Scale of 1 to 10, about a 6?
Yeah, I'd say it's 6.5, 7 because it ended so well. I mean, like I said, the 3:30 games were good. The Colorado finish was unbelievable. My Spartans lost, but it was an exciting game as I was watching that. They took Boston College into a good game in the fourth quarter, and Tennessee won with defense.
They gave up 2 fourth-quarter scores when they kind of took their foot off the gas, and still Oklahoma only had 222 yards of total offense in the game. Yeah, Tennessee went in there and punched Oklahoma in the mouth, and it was heavyweight against light heavyweight for most of that tilt. So, yeah, Vols, Ole Miss, they look as good and as serious and as hyped as they've ever been, joining Texas, Georgia, and Alabama in a pretty big handful atop the SEC, and now we start to see those teams going to start playing each other a little bit. Now it gets fun. Absolutely. Just like the Big Ten teams are going to start playing each other a little bit. Now it gets fun. All right. Good to see.
Congratulations, Florida State, on your win.
Wow.
Big ACC battle with Cal.
Yeah.
Set football back a decade, but other than that, it was nice.
Hey, at least they won. Otherwise, they were staring at, I don't know, 0-7, something like that, 0-8. I mean, whoo, it is not good there. How bad must the backup quarterbacks be if DJ Ukulele still has the job? Wow.
Awful. Because
I know you
bad.
promised him, but you paid him, so you just bench him. He's getting his money. Whew. But, man, Sundays, this league, I don't even know why we pick games. Although, congratulations to you. You went 4-1 against the number this week.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Well done. By the way, I'm picking more winners every week, you know.
Well, you're picking more games every week.
Well, I did last week for the first time. But, Mark, week 1, I got 0 right. Week 2, I got 1 right. Week 3, I got 2 right. And week 4, I got 3 right.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Now, you're right. I still am picking more losers than I am winners. But I feel like I'm building towards something. Kind of like the 2024 White Sox. I feel like I'm building towards something. Just, I mean, I have no idea what. I mean, maybe getting fired and replaced, but I do feel as if I'm building towards something. Top of the morning, Miller and Moulton.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, DC, the question is 3 years from now. You ask that question. So you need the home teams to win and cover to win nearly $3,000. Oh, rooting for you, Adam. Yeah, Neighbors looks really good. He does. Well, they have to be great ambient if Justin Fields was won 3 in a row. Is that enough snark? No? You want more? I got a good night's sleep, folks. Very dangerous on an overreaction Monday. Although, how many fantasy players were loading up on Arizona Cardinals and Detroit Lions yesterday?
I know in my daily fantasy, I had a few of them. That didn't work out all that well.
Man, that was a surprise. Detroit sports guy, the environment was cool. Okay, I will say, talked to a couple of camera guys who were in the end zone, and I just said, hey, in terms of atmosphere and volume, and they said, no, it was really good. He goes, it was not, and they rattled off the top 7 places in the SEC. He goes, it was not that volume. He goes, but it was fun. It was cool. There weren't a lot, but 110,000 change. I mean, but saw a few at the hotel. There was one section top of the end zone on the right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Monday. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. If you are checking us out, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, I am wearing the pullover. I don't even know if it's a jersey. I don't know what it is, shirt that they gave away yesterday, Fan Appreciation Day at I think it's still Great American Ballpark where the Reds play. I took in the Reds-Pirates game. Paul Skeens was pitching for the Pirates. Ellie De La Cruz was in the lineup for the Reds. I said, you know what? Come on. Just venture out. Relax. Put your feet up. Have a brat and a beer. Have a Coke and a smile. That sort of deal. And so, and one of the listeners, Guillermo, all right, he lived in Ohio. He drove down. We met. All right, he's a lawyer. We talked about life and the pursuit of happiness, how he got, caught up listening to us. Apparently, Mark, it all started with beer runs. He was a lawyer in an office, and on Friday afternoon, they used to, start around 3, 4 o'clock, maybe at the office, have a couple 2-3, and the young guys on the totem pole, they had to go out and do the beer runs. And so while he was out doing the beer runs, he'd be listening to us because we were on in the afternoons at the time. And he fell in love with the Guess the Network segment.
Who didn't enjoy that with little match game music in the background?
Right. That's how he got hooked on our show. And now we've let him down a very bad path ever since. So anyway, so they gave away these bowling shirts. And whew, man, I'll stand up and show you. It's a Reds insignia on my left breastplate there. But how about this? Huh? It's a size too small. Don't make fun of the shirt for that. That's not the shirt's fault. That's my fault. Fat. So
It looks like when you're sitting down, it looks like you have a black T-shirt on and have pulled a basketball jersey over it. Or a black collared shirt with a basketball tank top over it.
Right.
That's what it looks like when you're sitting there.
It's true. It does. But yeah, so a lot of black and a lot of red, throw in some white stripes and black collar. And yeah, it looks hideous. It really does. But that's what they gave away. You know how we are about free, Mark. Man, we love free in America. All right. Free? Yeah, I'll take it. Have you looked at it? Doesn't matter. It's free. Huh? Okay. Yeah, as Jay Yandel points out in our Twitch chat room, is this really to the fans to say thank you, or did they like botch up an order and this is their way of unloading it?
We'll never know. We'll never know. Fan Appreciation Day is Fan Appreciation Day, no matter how you slice it. And you got your giveaway, and you are donning the lovely Cincinnati Reds. I guess, is that a button down? Does that button all the way to the bottom?
Oh, yes, it does. Right down the middle.
Short sleeve button down, collared something.
Right. It's horrendous, but it's free. And so in honor of being across the river in Covington, Kentucky, in town for the Monday Nighter, doubleheader tonight, by the way. Jags and Bills at 7:30, 8:15 kickoff between the Commanders and the Bengals. And Mark, all I know is back up the truck on the Jags and the Bengals tonight, because apparently if you're 0-2, you're damn near a lock in the NFL to win week 3.
We had 7 games yesterday that featured 0-2 teams. The 0-2 teams went 6-1 yesterday.
Correct.
6-1.
Correct.
With one of those teams being Carolina going on the road to Vegas, and Andy Dalton found the fountain of youth and threw for over 300 yards and a handful of touchdowns.
Andy Dalton. Boy, how bad does that make Bryce Young look? Oh, my goodness.
It does.
Whoo-wee. They didn't look like an NFL team for 8 quarters with Bryce Young at the command. They put Andy Dalton in the same team. They're out there scoring 36 points. In fact, anybody else score more? I don't know that anybody else scored more. Not only that, I think he had the only 300-yard passing day.
No, there were a couple more.
Okay. But you're right, though. He had 319 and 3 touchdowns. Yeah, I think Hurts had a bunch of yards yesterday. But so anyway, yeah, 6-1 were the 0-2 teams. 6-1. Remember we had Pat Kerwin on Friday, and he pointed out last year, heading into week 3, we had 9 0-2 teams, and 5 of them won. And he had problems seeing more than 2 of the 0-2 teams be victorious this weekend. So far, they're 6-1 with 2 more going tonight. 1 a road team and 1 a home team.
And one of those 0-2 teams came into Tampa and whooped the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Woo-wee.
Bo Nix looked fantastic. The Buccaneers did not. The Broncos defense was stifling throughout the game.
Bucs looked like they just threw their helmets out on the field and said, this should be good enough. And the Broncos said, hey, man, we're an NFL team. We're just not a good one yet. But we'll be today. Yeah. Little reality check there for Tampa Bay. And we pointed out late last week, we were talking with Roy Cummings, our Bucs insider. I know it looks like a win on the schedule, but you better take advantage of it because the next 7 games for Tampa, not ideal. Got a little Philly, got a little Baltimore, got a little Kansas City, got a little San Francisco, throw in some division games against the Saints and the Falcons. I mean, the next 7 games are challenging for Tampa.
And the win that was on the schedule, they could not take advantage of. In fact, they got blown out yesterday by the Denver Broncos.
So much for going into Detroit and getting that W. You just threw that sucker away yesterday. So it's Overreaction Monday. What's your biggest overreaction today? Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's an overreaction, but I don't know why I even get bothered by it, but I really wish people who voted on the AP in the coaches poll weren't allowed to vote in polls.
Why is that?
Well, Miami
Right?
took care of South Florida.
Boy,
In South Florida.
In the second half, did they ever?
They whooped them in the second half.
Yeah.
Entertaining first half, they came out and destroyed them in the second half.
Manhandled them.
Alabama needed to go to the fourth quarter at home to pull away, but yet Alabama's ranked fourth, Miami's ranked ninth. Miami's had better wins. Right now, Miami should be ranked, in my opinion, should be ranked higher than Alabama. They should be. Now, I would change this on a weekly basis. But Tennessee, who's had impressive wins now. Tennessee, one of the more impressive wins of the season, was on the road at Oklahoma this weekend. They should be ranked higher than Alabama. That's the fourth best team in the country right now. It drives me nuts.
Obviously. Now,
because it's just a ploy to see how high we can have Alabama when the college football playoff comes out.
Well, also, it's, you know how it works. When they preseason slot you in, you have to do something pretty bad for them to start sliding you down while you're winning, especially when you're a blue blood. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's nearly 20 years now that Alabama's been at the, top of the food chain in the sport. So now you know what I'm going to say, and it's going to bother you. I'm going to say, listen, you're right, but Alabama's got Georgia this week. I mean, this will work itself out.
Maybe they lose that game, they won't go down that much. I mean, that's, if they lose a close game, how far will they drop in the rankings?
So
and
where
would the committee uses these rankings as their threshold? That's why it bothers me.
Okay. All right. I mean, the committee's not going to meet in Dallas for like another month or so. I mean,
just take the coaches poll and the AP poll and combine them, and that's what the committee comes up with. They haven't had an original thought since they started this thing.
I can't believe that you are disgusted because the powers that be in college football are not open-minded. I can't believe that this is bothering you. Did you just stumble upon this?
No, it just bothered me yesterday morning. Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
DC, what do you mean? Like, how far should they be? Well, Mark just said, I mean, if he was doing it, he would have, what, Tennessee 4? Would you put Ole Miss ahead of them? I mean, their best wins Wake Forest, so.
No, I'd have the top 3 remain the same, and then I'd have
Tennessee 4,
Miami.
Tennessee, Miami. So you'd have Bama 6?
I think so, yeah.
So instead of 4, they'd be 6. Okay. Yeah. I'd probably do the same. But, Bama's got Georgia this week. They win, you know. Now, Shimko, I saw quite a few South Florida fans who were very unhappy at how Miami fans behaved at that game. That they were saying, listen, when Bama came in here, and other fan base, but that the Miami fans were very obnoxious.
No.
Just saying they were taken aback even. There were quite a few people who were at the game that said it was not a good experience. Just, it had a bad vibe to it. So I'm curious, even if you're a Canes fan, how you felt it was. You found it where I was, that was, well, great. That's awesome. Yeah, Irish football, they shouldn't be ranked. Okay. They lost to Nebraska solidly, who dropped out of the rankings, and deservedly so. And they were fortunate to beat a not that good Baylor team. I mean, just take the win and be happy. But hey, take the win. Just, get to 6 and go from there.
Get to 6. Well, Irish, of course you have them beating UCF. You had them winning 10 games.
Right.
Win 6. Go to a bowl game.
Yeah. Win 6 and get to 7. And, 8-4 would be a good season. It really would. Go from 1-11, 8-4 in 2 years.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton coming at you from the Floormeister studio, marking the cozy confines of Southwest Florida. I wake up this morning just across the river in Covington, Kentucky, about a mile and a half from where the Reds and the Bengals play. Monday Night Football, 2 games tonight. First one's in Buffalo, Jags and Bills at 7:30. That's on the 4-letter network. The 3-letter network, ABC, has got Commanders Bengals at 8:15. We got a couple of 0-2 teams tonight, Mark, that are playing. So that means back up the truck. Because if you're 0-2 in the NFL, I think Congress passed legislation that ensures that you get to 1-2.
Man, oh man, what a weekend for the 0-2 teams. Giants beating Cleveland. Bit of a stunner there.
I don't know about stunner anymore. Cleveland's got Deshaun Watson. This just in. He's not good. Oof.
Yeah, at what point are they going to play Jameis?
Well, I don't think they are because he's $46 million guaranteed for this year and 2 more.
I understand that, but
yeah, the problem also, Mark, is that the owner and the guy who made the trade are still both in place. You know, this isn't one of those, coach
Right.
GM that has no, like in Carolina, there was nobody there except for the owner. But, the coach and GM, they had no ties to Bryce Young. They're like, forget this. This guy can't play. At least not here. 21 minutes before the hour. We got a lot to talk about. Time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
And let me tell you, if you're a Florida NFL team, you stunk yesterday. Tampa Bay with no excuse. Winless Denver coming to town. Rookie quarterback. You're coming off a win against the Lions. They whooped you. I don't even know if it was as close as the 26-7 final score. Bo Nix looked good. Still hasn't thrown a touchdown, but he looked good. 25 of 36. That's almost 70%. 216 yards. Okay. All right. Good.
ran effectively a few times too.
Yeah. He's got a good game under his belt. Okay.
Yep.
That's good. Good. Well, let's hope
That's one. Chase it with 2.
Yeah. So then the Dolphins. Listen, I'm not saying it would have made a difference. Seattle was beating the Dolphins. All right. In fact, I don't know why we didn't play that one more strongly. But, I mean, after all, Skylar Thompson was quarterbacking the Dolphins. But in the first half, Mark, what did we all agree upon? That how Miami was going to have to play the game? They were going to have to run the football.
Run the football.
Protect the quarterback who's not
Right.
that good, and then yeah, they tried 9 rushing plays in the first half. 9. Like 20 of their first 29 plays were Skylar Thompson throwing the ball. Skylar Thompson and that offensive line? What in the world? I don't know. It's Mike McDaniel thing. We hated the extension. This is a week in which, you need to pull a Matt LaFleur with Malik Willis. You need to, show us something. Win a game for your team. Seattle whooped them 24-3, jumped out to a 17-0 first quarter lead. Skylar Thompson got hurt because he got sacked 5 times, suffered a rib injury. All right. So situation, it's only getting worse in Miami. Now let's talk about the 0-2 team, shall we? Giants go into Cleveland, scored 2 TDs in the final minute of the first half, or final 2 minutes of the half, and hold off the Browns 21-15. Carolina behind Andy Dalton. Oh, my goodness. 319 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. They whooped the Raiders by a far worse score than the final at 36-22. Raiders tacked on a couple late. Baltimore just toyed with Dallas for 50 minutes, and then the Cowboys went nuts and scored 3 times in like 6 minutes. And next thing you know, it's a 3-point game late, and the Ravens got to run out the clock, which they did because they rushed for 274 yards. Baltimore beat Dallas 28-25. This just in Derrick Henry, $151. Remember, he wanted to go to the Cowboys. They didn't show any interest. Green Bay, Malik Willis. He said the game was not personal, didn't mean anything more to him. Against the team that drafted him and threw him to the side and then traded him for a ham sandwich. Yeah, he threw for 202 yards and a touchdown and ran for 73 yards and another touchdown. And Green Bay's 2-0 without Jordan Love. 30-14 over the 0-3 Titans. The Bears ran 30 more plays than the Colts. Problem is they can't run the ball. So when you've got 3rd and 4th and goal at the 1 and you can't run the ball, that's a problem. They only rushed for 63 yards because they had to throw it too many times. Caleb had 3 turnovers. And, Indianapolis beat the Bears 21-16. You could argue worst loss of the day, though, was the Niners. Wow. First off, they're up 14-0. Rams have a 4th and 6 on their own side of the 50. The Niners have their fake punt defense out on the field. The coaches said to the players, they're going to run a fake punt here. Just like the Florida State-Auburn natty. Okay? Auburn knew Florida State was going to run a fake punt. Florida State ran it anyway and converted. Rams converted it, end up scoring a touchdown, get back in the game. Niners still had a 10-point lead with under 10 minutes to play. Allowed the Rams to score 3 times and beat them 27-24. Biggest come-from-behind win late by the Rams in 12 years. Justin Fields has just won 3 straight starts. He never did that with the Bears. Probably because he never played with a defense like they have in Pittsburgh. Yeah, they held the Chargers to 168 total yards. Herbert got knocked out of the game with an ankle injury again. Steelers are 3-0, 20-10 over the Chargers. But the Vikings are the most impressive 3-0.
Yes, they are.
They whooped Houston. All over C.J. Stroud, bunch of sacks, forced 2 interceptions. He hadn't thrown an interception since he was at Ohio State. It had been so long. Sam Darnold with not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 touchdowns. All right. Kevin O'Connell is one of the 5 best coaches in that league.
And Brian Flores can flat out coach defense.
Yes, he can. And we said, if O'Connell turns Sam Darnold into this year's Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith, look out. And so far, he is, and they are. 34-7 over Houston. It was a war in New Orleans. It was nasty. It was physical. Saquon Barkley, the difference late. Eagles beat the Saints 15-12. How come the Lions and Arizona Cardinals only scored 33 points? I mean, I'll tell you one reason why. Detroit, after throwing the ball 55 times last week, said, what were we doing? And they rushed it 43 times yesterday for 183 yards, slowed the game down, and won 20-13. And, the Chiefs keep winning, well, because they're pretty good. And when in doubt late, they'll get a call. They got another one last night. 3rd and goal, pass into the end zone, sure looked like interference, okay, to everybody but the one official who needed to throw the flag. Who was on defense and benefiting from the call? The Chiefs. I think all of America is just sure it's a coincidence. 22-17 Kansas City over Atlanta. Mahomes with 2 touchdowns. The Chiefs with 2 4th-down stands late in the 4th quarter. We mentioned the 2 Monday Night Football games tonight. Bills 5.5-point favorite at home. Bengals 7.5-point favorite at home. One other NFL note, Mercury Morris, one of the standout players on the 72 and 73 Dolphins who went back-to-back, 3-time Pro Bowler. Mercury Morris passed away over the weekend at the age of 77. College football, the new polls are out. Texas number 1 in the AP. Georgia number 1 in the coaches. 5 of the top 6 in both polls are schools from the SEC. Miami 7th in the AP, 9th in the coaches. We got 4 battles of ranked teams this week, Mark. Georgia, Bama, Oklahoma State, K-State, both coming off losses. Louisville, Notre Dame, and Illinois, Penn State, a battle of unbeatens. That's right. The Bielemas are 4-0. Major League Baseball. So the Braves took 2 out of 3 in Miami. Problem was the Mets took 3 out of 4 against the Phillies, and the Braves are still 2 behind the Mets with 6 to play. They begin a 3-game series in Atlanta on Tuesday. Whoever wins the series owns the tiebreaker. Braves need to win the series. Padres handed the White Sox loss number 120, same as the 62 Mets, 4-2. They're 3 back of the Dodgers, however. Ohtani hit his 53rd home run of the season to tie it in the 9th, and Betts homered right after him to win it, 6-5. Ohtani with 53 homers and 55 steals with a week to play. Dodgers and Padres will play 3 games coming up this week. Diamondbacks blew an 8-0 lead. Brewers came back and beat them 10-9, so they fall back into a tie for the Mets. So technically, the Diamondbacks are the 6th seed. Yankees beat Oakland 7-4. Their magic number is 1 to clinch the East, and they got a 3-game series with the Orioles coming up. Judge hit his 55th homer, oh, by the way. Speaking of the Orioles, yeah, they're not good right now. They lost again. Tigers beat them. How about this little road trip for the Tigers? Going to Kansas City and sweep the Royals, going to Baltimore, win 2 out of 3. A pretty good little road trip.
Pretty good road trip. Pretty good little road trip.
So Tigers beat the Orioles 4-3, and that means the Tigers, because the Royals lost their 7th in a row, 2-0 to the Cardinals, and the Twins get swept in a doubleheader by Boston, 8-1 and 9-3. Detroit and Kansas City are the final 2 playoff teams. KC owns the tiebreaker, and the Twins are a game back of both. Twins own the tiebreakers against both. Seattle is 2 back of everybody. They blew a 5-0 lead yesterday, lost to Texas 6-5. Angels over the Astros 9-8. Houston 1 win away from clinching the West. Guardians lost to the Cardinals 2-1, and that basically means, barring a wild final week, the Yankees are going to be the 1 seed. Guardians are 2.5 back, and they're the 2. Pirates beat the Reds. Skeens gets his 11th win, 2-0, and then the Reds, after the game, fired their manager, David Bell. Rays swept the Jays. They're now 500 on the season, for what that's worth. Cubs are 4 games over 500. They hit 3 homers. They beat the Nats. WNBA playoffs, all the home teams were victorious yesterday, including Connecticut beating Caitlin and the Fever by 24. Caitlin Clark, before the game, was named Rookie of the Year and first team all WNBA. Man, imagine if she was good enough to play on our Olympic team. She was not good yesterday, though, 4 of 17 from the field. Golf, Lydia Ko won in Cincinnati by 5. Nelly Korda was 5th. Billy Horschel beat Rory in a playoff to win the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth. Rory's finished 2nd in back-to-back weeks because that's what Rory's really good at lately. And BMW team or the LIV team championships, I should say, in Dallas. The Australians, Mark, the Rippers, Cam Smith, the captain. They won the team championship. NASCAR on Saturday. Kyle Larson, a winner in Bristol. Top 12 advance. It means Harrison Burton, Brad Keselowski, Martin Truex Jr., and Ty Gibbs do not advance. They're out. 12 left in the playoff. 8 minutes before the hour. That was Starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
So you asked me, do you have an overreaction from the weekend that's got you a little bothered?
Yeah. Do I?
Yeah, do you have an overreaction?
An overreaction. No. Okay, I actually think I'm prepared to make some conclusions right now. Like I'm writing off the Browns. I am. I know we got 14 left. I know that defense. I'm writing off the Browns. An 11-win team from a season ago with 5 different quarterbacks. Yeah, I'm writing them off. I think the Browns are done. Which is a dangerous thing to say 3 games into a 17-game season. But I'm just telling you, I think the Browns are done.
Well, I don't know how they're going to find a genie in a bottle to get quarterback play there because he's bad.
And I'm getting close to writing off the Dolphins because I don't have any faith in the head coach. I don't. I mean, there were some coaches who made some moves yesterday and put some game plans together, and they've really helped their team when their team has really needed it. Has Mike McDaniel done that once in 2+ years?
No,
Okay.
David, and we talked about it. What did they have to do? They had to run the football. They can't put Skylar Thompson in a spot where he had to throw it all the time, and they decided to throw it all the time.
The other thing is, I get it, Achane's your number one running back, but when you're down inside the 5 there and you need a yard or two, Achane can't be your power back. There's got to be somebody else on the roster that's bigger, more physical. It's just a yard. Okay, come on. He's 106. Tyreek Hill says he's 160 pounds. You're really trying to pound it in with a 160-pound tailback? Come on.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think Irish football, it's noon on Fox, Colorado and UCF, and Big Noon will be in Orlando. I know. Listen, I applaud anybody who is seeing week 4 in a survivor pool. Between the people that lost week 1 on the Patriots Bengals, between how many people picked against Carolina yesterday, how many people picked against Denver yesterday, oh, jeez. Ambient, I'm going to say it slowly. Believe it's Big Noon, which is Fox noon.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. Is that going to become the same as Football Friday? You're going to growl into the microphone at any point and go, Overreaction Monday.
No, but I've got my daughter close on the Football Friday. She's growling the Football Fridays out now.
Oh, good.
So I might record. I may have a third voice.
Good.
We may just have the 10-year-old growling Football Friday. Now, she's making fun of me when she does it, but I don't care. It's a bonding moment.
Fair enough.
You said you were drawing some conclusions before the break, and you drew a couple of them, that the Cleveland Browns
are done.
Yeah,
they're not going to make this season's not going to amount to anything. They're done.
But more importantly, you said that the Miami Dolphins may be done.
Yeah, I think so. Going to be without Tua for at least 3 more games. You know, you go into a season with a shaky offensive line. I mean, Teron Armstead's played 3 games. He's got 3 different injuries. And he's your best lineman. Got another starting lineman got hurt yesterday. I mean, 2 of their top 3 running backs are out. I don't have any faith in the head coach. I don't. I think he's only got, one way to go about it. And if that can't work, then I don't see a plan B. I don't see that they're built for a plan B. If they were yesterday, and I wouldn't have minded if they went to Seattle and lost, but I mean, come on.
They weren't competitive.
Well, they weren't competitive, and also the game plan wasn't serious. I mean, did you really think you were going to go in there with Skylar Thompson and throw it all over the lot and beat Seattle? I mean, what had Skylar Thompson shown in the last 3 years that made you think that Skylar Thompson on the road, okay, by the way, one of the noisier places to play, that you figured they're going to have trouble communicating at the line of scrimmage in Seattle? I mean, come on, run the damn ball, slow the game down. Not impressed. Not impressed. Sometimes you really need your coach to bail you out. You do. Coaching's important. All right. Just look at what's going on in Minnesota. Coaching is important.
And I did watch the Lions game, but to your point, David, Dan Campbell yesterday, after having a bad coaching day against Tampa where they threw it 50 sometimes, all of a sudden, what's in? The extra tackle. They're overloading one side of the line, and they're just decided we're going to give the ball to Montgomery on the first drive, and we're going to run it.
Yeah. You know why? Because our offensive line's the best in the league, and their run defense is, and besides, their offense is, they can score some points. So why don't we keep them off the field?
Now, the problem for Miami is I don't think their line's good enough to block anything.
But their run blocking numbers have been better the last couple of years than their pass blocking. I mean, just give them a chance. Try to run the damn football. I mean, Achane would, you block one play well, he can take it to the house. And all we heard about the whole training camp was the depth they had at running back. Well, yesterday was the day where they needed to showcase some of the depth. All right? Because Achane's not a power back. And they're trying to get back into the game with Tim Boyle at quarterback. And they're actually starting to call the plays they should have been calling in the first half. They're running it a little bit. They're throwing short to intermediate passes. Okay? They put a little 50, 60-yard drive together. And they get it inside the 5. They got to be able to pound that sucker in. And they're trying to pound it in with a 160-pound tailback. You mean to tell me there's nobody else on the team? Nobody that you drafted? No one else? Okay, who's maybe, 195 pounds down at the goal line to try to pound that sucker in? I mean, come on. Yesterday's a total failure. Chris Greer, Mike McDaniel, a total organizational failure. They did not look serious. They didn't look competent. And McDaniel's got an extension through 2028, and supposedly one's dialed up for Greer as well. Once again, Stephen Ross, well-intentioned, great owner. He's given every coach and GM everything he's ever needed there. But I think they're letting them down. I really do. Not impressed. Not impressed. I mean, look at what McDermott and the Bills did to the Dolphins on 3 days rest. Game 2. That's coaching. Go in there, one penalty, no turnovers. Okay, played a conservative game. They only ran like 48 plays in that game against the Dolphins. Conservative game plan. Golly. I mean, look at what Matt LaFleur and the Packers have done the last 2 weeks. With Malik Willis, a third-round pick that the Tennessee Titans literally gave away. Doesn't even know the plays. And they're 2-0. That's coaching. That's an organization. So, yeah, there's a few conclusions. There's a few teams I'm pretty down on. Let me ask you this, though. Over the last, 30 years, if you get to 3-0, you have a 74% chance to make the playoffs. We have 4 3-0 teams. So based on, the percentages, 3 out of these 4 are going to make the playoffs. Curious which one you think has the best chance to be the odd team out. We have
great question. That's our poll question today, by the way. We're gonna get that up as a poll question. That's a great poll question.
All right.
2 in each conference.
Yeah, exactly. Seattle, Minnesota, and the NFC. Pittsburgh, Kansas City.
Pittsburgh.
Right. Obviously, no one's going to say Kansas City. So it basically comes down to if the percentages hold over the last 30 years, that if 74% of the 3-0 teams make the playoffs, so 3 out of these 4 will make the playoffs, who's the odd team out? And you probably don't think there is an odd team out, but history says there will be. Seattle has a 2-game lead in their division, by the way. Pittsburgh has a 2-game lead in their division. The Vikings turning into a pretty salty division, thank you very much. They have a 1-game lead over the Lions and the Packers. If we were, Pat Kerwin in some days gone by has had to vote NFL power indexes, all right, I will say this. If the NFL was a college football poll, you talked about Tennessee needs to be higher than what they are. What are they, 6th in the 2 polls?
Right.
And that bothers you that they're not 4th. All right. Of the 4 3-0 teams, Minnesota number 1 with the way they've looked. I'm not saying they're the best, but if this was a college football poll, Mark, of the 4 3-0 teams, who would get your first place vote?
Kansas City would get my first place vote. Then the Vikings.
Gotcha. All right.
Then the Vikings. But as far as one of these teams not making the playoffs, I can see voting for 3 of the 4 teams. You had more faith in Seattle heading into the season than I did.
Right. I had them as a 10-win playoff team. I did. Yes. So that one I got right. I did not think, and the both of us, but me even more than you. I mean, I love Kevin O'Connell. Everybody who listens to the show knows that. We both do. We did not think he could make Sam Darnold a good NFL quarterback because quite a few others have had their hands on him, and he's never been a good NFL quarterback. And O'Connell's had his hands on him for 7 months.
And O'Connell looked as if he wanted to cry when J.J. McCarthy, he felt so badly, all the work he's done. It gave the impression to me, David, and I don't know if it did to you when McCarthy got hurt there, that O'Connell looked as if the season was in peril. Like that was his guy. And here comes Sam Darnold, who has played near perfect football.
I mean, he started the year against the Giants. He was 14 of his first 15 passes in that week 1 game on the road. Then he helps them beat the Niners, and now they just embarrass the Texans.
In a game that he ends up going what? Didn't have to do anything that impressive. 17 of 28, didn't throw for a bunch of yards, but threw 4 touchdown passes.
Right. Jefferson gutted one out. He clearly wasn't 100%. He's still a force. Diggs with 10 catches, by the way, for the Texans. I wouldn't write him off just yet. I know he's around 30, but he can still play a little bit. But so anyway, there you go. Of the 3-0 teams, if one of them is to falter, which one? And we did talk about this. I mean, listen, for those that don't believe in Mike Tomlin, you got to give it up. I mean, come on, stop it already. Please, just stop it. Justin Fields hasn't done squat 3 years in the league, okay? Pat Kerwin comes on the show all the time and talked about Justin Fields' 1-loss record, in which he said he's not a winning quarterback. Mark, what are the Steelers?
They're undefeated.
Okay, with who at quarterback?
Justin Fields.
Okay. Yeah, got a really good defense. I get it. He lost games in Chicago with good defenses, too. Now, not as good as the 2024 Steelers, but you know our point. I mean, Mike Tomlin just grabbed him by the scruff of the back of his neck and just said, listen, this is how we play here, okay? That you're going to do what we tell you to do. That's the Steelers' way. This is a benevolent dictatorship. Got it? Yes, sir. Good.
I might still vote the Steelers.
Well, their schedule's daunting as heck.
And I still think, the Vikings look like they're in a really good division. I still have faith in Baltimore to get this going. after their win yesterday.
We said, though, with the back half of the Steelers' schedule being probably the toughest schedule we've ever seen in the NFL, their last 8 games, all 6 division games, the Eagles and the Chiefs are their final 8 games of the season. We said, well, then they got to make their hay early. And with a backup quarterback and 3 starting offensive linemen out, Mark, what's the Steelers' record again?
They're 3-0.
Okay.
3-0.
Right. Yep.
Without a whole lot of offense, but that defense is special.
Yes, it is. Miller and Moulton. You know what's also special? Miller and Moulton against the number. Actually, one guy was really good this week. We'll tell you who next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And yes, I was wrong. So Big Noon's in Orlando, but the game is at 3:30. And I should have known that Minnesota, Michigan's at noon because we are now being sent to LA for Wisconsin, USC at 3:30.
A little cross-country action for you.
Oh, man. I don't know if you want me to tell this on the air. So we don't really know our schedule at half the season much in advance anymore. It's very complicated. Before it was easy. We had the number one choice at the SEC. Right. We kind of knew what our games were, blah, blah, blah. So now you got 3 networks. Some weeks Fox is the number one choice, most weeks. Then the other weeks are split between CBS as the number one choice or NBC. But then also some weeks you don't have the number 2 choice either. You're the third choice. Next week, this coming weekend, we're the third choice. But we knew that NBC was taking Illinois, Penn State in prime time. And so it came down to whoever lost the USC-Michigan game. We were going to get the loser of USC-Michigan. Well, we're in Michigan, and Michigan's losing. And the crew is starting to get very excited because it's a pain to set up a TV broadcast. It's a lot of wires. It's a lot of work. And the crew is realizing with 4 minutes to go, if USC holds on, we don't have to break anything down.
Set it and forget it, right?
And we don't have to set anything up. And oh my God, we're going to have a Saturday night out to have fun. Oh my God. So the crew is, the announcers don't care, but we don't. Although next Monday, where's the Monday night game? Detroit.
Right.
I'm going to have 4 days in Ann Arbor / Detroit. Oh my God. That's going to be awesome. Hell, I may take in 2 Tigers games, Friday and Sunday. It's great. Who knows? Maybe I'll take in a Red Wings preseason game. Right. So, of course, we all know what happened. 4th down, Michigan punches in and wins. And I haven't seen that many unhappy faces on our crew in the 19 years since, because normally we don't care who wins at all. But for the crew, oh, man, did I feel badly. You should have saw them starting to break down after the game. They literally looked like someone had stolen their pet. Oh. That's honestly just a beaten group of people after the game. USC took the loss better than our crew did. My mom says that the shirt looks like a Bayonne bowling shirt.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Check us out today if you never have before on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Can you do me a favor and do that? Because I want you to see just how ugly my shirt is.
And if you're afraid of Twitch, you can go to YouTube. Just search out Miller and Moulton on YouTube. We're there too.
So I'm in Cincinnati. There's 2 Monday Night Football games. Joe and Troy are doing the Commanders and the Bengals at 8:15 on ABC. 7:30, by the way, Jags and Bills on ESPN. So you got about 4 hours of football. If you're into that tonight, you can start at 7:30 and it'll go to about 11:30, 2 different games. And no streaming service involved, so you can actually go back and forth. Hey, how about that? So I'm in town early yesterday, and I'm like, oh, the Reds are playing at 1 o'clock. Skeens is pitching for the Pirates. This Ellie De La Cruz guy's fun. You know what? Why don't you go? And then on the way to the game, and by the way, I went with one of our listeners, Guillermo, who follows us on podcasts in the Twitch chat room. So we really are, men of the people. We love our audience. We'd love to hang out with you. Just follow me around the country. All right? And we'll go to games together and eat and drink and have fun. All right, back to the Reds game. It's their last home game of the year. And I'm like, oh my goodness, does that mean Fan Appreciation Day? Are they going to give something away? And sure enough, I walk in and this guy older than me hands me a shirt / jersey. And I'm all excited. And I didn't take a look at it. I just held onto it tightly for the next 4 hours.
Tightly is the key word.
I got up this morning and I'm like, I'm going to wear this shirt. Let's take a look at this sucker. Oh, man, is it hideous. Man, oh, man. button down. Okay, glorified, golf shirt with a black collar, black stripe right down the middle where the buttons are, black sleeves. Everything around it is red.
It looks like a tuxedo shirt, like a tuxedo T-shirt. That's about or a bowling shirt. I can't tell
Right.
which it looks more like.
With a Reds insignia on my left breastplate there. Yeah. Uh-huh. It's horrendous. My mom just texted me to tell me how bad it looks. And I'm our only child. She's usually very positive with me. All right. She was glass half empty growing up, but once I grew up, she's been very positive. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Then she saw you in that shirt.
And then she said, "What are you doing? Okay, really? I can't tell people about you. Look at you. You look awful." Hey, you were great this week. You were 4-1 against the number.
After starting out 0-1 Friday night with Syracuse taking it on the chin from Stanford outright. Stanford kicked the last-second field goal to win the game outright.
But
that was like, uh-oh.
You took Indiana, laid 4 touchdowns. They won by 38. You took Tennessee, laid the 6.5. They covered. You had the Vikings getting points. You had the Ravens only giving a point. It's a 4-1 week, Mark Miller. Come on now. No. That's about 18 feet for birdie to now you're 1 back. No, that's it. That's the kind of applause I'm giving you, just so you know. Yes. Tip that cap.
I'll tip
Wave
that
to the
cap to that
crowd.
clap right there.
Okay.
Make my way to the 17th.
Meanwhile, hey, I got 3 games right this week. Problem is I made 7 picks, so another losing week. But I'm getting 1 more game right every week. Went from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3.
And October's just around the corner, David.
Right. Unfortunately, it's not this weekend, so another really bad weekend in store for me.
I think you're going to turn it around, even though it's September. It's week 5. It's time for you to start finding your groove.
Whew.
I mean, I have no idea how many games you're going to pick this week. It could be 12, 14.
37. All right, 37. I'm just going to tape the segment myself. You're going to have to play it. Lee Sterling, not his best week, 2-3 on our show. He got the Gators and the Broncos right. He took the points with Denver. He also got his game of the week wrong. He was on the Oklahoma side, which surprised both Miller and Moulton when we found that out. We were like, really? So Lee on the season, 11-9 on this show, 2-2 on his games of the week, doing very well for his clients, though. So if you're paying, you know that. Miller and Moulton just picking winners in the NFL, just winners. Yeah, we're 7-7 heading into tonight. That's just the winners. Man.
I'm in a pool, and I changed a few of my bets for the pool because information had come out by the time Saturday was around, and I'm like, I'm making a few changes. I was really excited that I ended up with 10 right in the pool that I'm in.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's nowhere near. People had 12 heading into last night. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Really? With the Giants and with Carolina and Denver and what have you, and people are 12-2 so far this week?
Yeah.
Good for them. Well done. So yeah, we're both 7-7. So take that for what it's worth. Mark's got me by a game overall. Here's the important stuff. Home team so far this week in the NFL, 6-8. And that was starting off with a win on Thursday night with the Jets. Home teams are 6-8. We'll say it again. We really will. There is no home field advantage in the NFL. We have played 46 games so far in the NFL season, 48 after tonight. Mark, 46 games. Home teams have won 23. Road teams have won 23. And that's giving the Eagles credit for a home win in Brazil. Okay? 23-23. I mean, Vegas has already said home field's only worth 1.5 now. Forget the whole 3. You might as well just throw it out the window. Because basically, post the pandemic, the home team's winning percentage in the NFL is 52%. It doesn't matter. These guys are playing before 70, 80, 90, 110,000 people in college. All right. It just doesn't matter anymore. Despite, Mike McDaniel's coaching in Miami, you could argue the level of coaching's never been better in the NFL. Okay. These guys are coached up. They're prepped up at a younger age. Hell, they're playing in high school before 30 to 50,000 people in some states. It's just throw the home field out. All of us. It don't matter.
They both can do silent. They can do silent counts whenever they want. If the crowd noise is there, they practice it. They're used to it.
Against the spread, by the way, underdogs are 7-7 this week. Underdogs, by the way, if you've taken the points so far in the NFL, you're 23, 21-2. So home field's a toss-up, and if you've taken the points, I don't even know if you're paying off the VIG, but it's close.
No, you're not paying off the VIG with that. You're losing a little money at 2 games above.
A touch, but it's better than if you just took all favorites, and
Right.
we like to take favorites.
As a rule, gamblers like to take favorites.
So there you have it. How about Michigan winning by throwing for 32 yards Saturday? Do you know this decade they're 6-0 when they don't throw for 100 yards? 6-0 when they don't throw for 100 yards.
Look, USC's got to be able to tackle better than that.
Boy, and they had tackled well all game, too. They really had. They had made some great open field tackles to prevent big plays. Michigan made 4 plays in that game, 3 big runs and a pick 6. And this just in, Michigan's defensive front. You find me a better front than Michigan. There may be one, but those 2 defensive tackles are studs, and those 2 edge rushers are studs. And they got 8 of them that they rotate in. But their top 4, that might be the best defensive line in college football. No passing game, no wide receivers. Okay, don't know if they can beat.
No quarterback play.
Right. Don't know if they can beat. They got Oregon and Ohio State still on the schedule. Don't know if they can beat them with this offense. But they got a Steelers winning formula if they can pull it off. Miller and Moulton. Gary Danielson. He was in the big house for USC Michigan. We'll talk some college football with him next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Now my mom says she loves the shirt. I go, it's horrendous. Paul, it's going to be tough to beat Oregon and Ohio State with 32 yards passing. This is probably an 8-4 Michigan team. But
That
they
might have
don't
got
play.
9-3 yesterday.
What?
Or Saturday. That might have get them 9-3 Saturday. If you
Maybe. I mean, they'll be favored in every game they play till November. They got Oregon at home at the beginning of the month and Ohio State on the road late in the month. I mean, probably the only 2 games the rest of the year they'll be an underdog in. But with that lack of a passing game, though, they're going to, unless it develops, there are some games that could give them trouble. Like, don't laugh. October 19th, you go to Illinois. That's
and Illinois always plays them tough.
That's a tough physical team, Illinois. The Falcons should trade Kyle Pitts now. If you're not going to use him, trade him. I agree with you, Realtor Clark. I would have kicked the field goal. But I'm conservative that way more times than not. Because also your kicker could kick 55 yards. And you would have been down 2. So, yeah. Because I would have thought if we get a stop, we're going to win 22-21. Or 23-22. Adam, I stood up for Arthur Blank just because of the free hot dogs, though. Although it was the sponsor who did it, not him. Yeah, we talked about that on Friday. Isn't that like the Ohio State? Isn't that like Miller or Moulton going in the Miller and Moulton Ring of Honor? I mean,
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour, and we're thrilled to welcome back Gary Danielson of CBS. He joins us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Gary, first off, thanks for your time this morning, and we're 4 weeks into the college season. You've seen some of the big boys, Ohio State, Notre Dame, USC, Michigan, Iowa's still ranked. Just kind of your overall thoughts, you're 4 weeks into the college season. What are you seeing? What are you thinking?
So my number one thought so far has been that even though no one's really in charge of this sport, somehow it's worked. This maybe the TV. Like you guys always say, it's a TV show. And I just got the feeling that this way it's headed now. I know there's a lot of university and football teams that won't like it, but if it's going to work on TV, I think the TV executives were right that you had to get the brand names from across the country playing each other more often. Fans are very sophisticated. They don't watch games that are not good matchups. And I think now bringing these teams together like this in the SEC and the Big Ten, fans are attracted to those games. And I thought the show of the new Big Ten and the next era of football was a fantastic deal for the Big Ten this last Saturday.
Was it weird prepping for a Michigan USC game that wasn't played on the first of the year?
I'd like to say yes, but I know I get myself in trouble with this stuff, but it's kind of the way I grinded my way through the NFL. I honestly, for me, it was not. I'm looking at formations. I'm looking at matchups. I'm working on my storylines and what I think will be the determining factors of the game. So they're just bodies to me, honestly. I think it's that training. If I would have got caught up, when I was playing with the Lions and the Browns, that I'm playing against Lyle Zato here or Alan Page, I think I would have gone off the deep end. So to me, it's clinical. Maybe that isn't the way I should look at it, but to me, it was just a matchup of a game. I started at ESPN doing these type of matchup games where we'd be all over the country, and then we just kind of got loaded into the SEC. So it's different in that way. But I kind of thought the Michigan fans were really excited, and I think looking at the number of different people who commented on the game, I think there were a lot of people that were interested in how this game would look on Big Ten TV, basically.
And Michigan pulling out a dramatic win over USC. And as you commented...
And then lastly, the game fell right to the stereotypes of how people wanted to see if it would work, So in the first half, it was like, oh, my God, SEC is, USC, is not ready for this Big Ten muscle. And then in the second half, all of a sudden, it was like, holy cow, Michigan, again, this is just like past Rose Bowl, can't throw. And they're going to lose the game. And so it went right along the plan of what everybody saw in these games right until the end. So it finished up with as Ness said, one Bo would have loved I formation isolation playoff. So
I was going to say,
it fit the script.
Was it 2024? Did Rick Leach hand the ball to Butch Wolfhard there? This was what I watched when I was 9-10 years old on TV, and it's still winning.
And Mark, you know this. I mean, Michigan, I said in the broadcast, there's one group of fans that do not find running between the tackles boring, and that is Michigan fans. They don't find it boring at all.
No, and I'm guessing they had their chests puffed out walking out of the big house on Saturday because they, like you said, that was almost 3 games in one. Michigan dominates the first half, the little bit of a blip there in the third quarter, and then Michigan with another great drive. And after, I mentioned it to David, as well as USC tackled the whole game, to have the long run where they couldn't tackle was a bit of a surprise.
Well, really, for Michigan, it was 4 plays the whole game. 3 long runs and a pick 6. Otherwise, that's not the way you look at it, but if you're USC, like, great, we let them have 4 explosive plays, you're going to lose, all the explosive plays, but it was 4 plays. Otherwise, Michigan's offense basically did not do much in that football game. And that's the worrisome part about Michigan. You win the game, but that's not going to be good enough to get to where they want to get in this playoff run against, I think, an improving Big Ten. If you watch a number of these games, there's more Big Ten teams that play this type of football, and Michigan's going to have to do better to beat even the Rutgers, the Illinois, the Nebraskas. They play sound football, so we'll see where it goes.
He's Gary Danielson of the Big Ten now on CBS, and he's joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. And you began this interview by saying that the powers that be in the sport, whoever they are, what they've done is making it work. And isn't this past weekend example of it, and also coming up? Like Bama and Georgia are going to play each other this week. Well, it's not an elimination game. USC and Penn State are going to play. We all know Ohio State and Oregon. I mean, so everybody now, like in before, you didn't know if you could afford a loss. Now you know you can afford one. It's just a matter of, can you afford two?
Yeah, and I think that, we've talked about this in the past. College football runs on opinion. Talk shows like yours all over the country, all week, especially in the Southeast where it's built around college football. I mean, one loss early in the season, you go, we got no shot. Bama's not going to lose another game. Georgia's not going to lose another game. We're done. We're looking at some bowl game. We all don't care. Well, most of our players will probably opt out anyway. Who cares, But now it's just a different feel, and I think it's going to work really well. And I love opinion. It's all good, unless you happen to be on one of those teams that maybe got a quarterback or an offensive tackle nicked early in the year, and you're a much better team in November than you were in September, and you're locked out. Well, now, if you can't make the top 12, okay. That you didn't do well enough this year. I think when they go to 14, it even be better. So I just think it's going to really, really work for college football. And I think we're going to look back and go, why did he just put 2, then 4 teams in? And that was ridiculous.
Well, and I think too, with the Big 12 and the ACC, they've got something to play for every week because the title winner gets an automatic qualifier for this. And I think, even for a Clemson that was pounded by Georgia, their season's all still in front of them.
Absolutely. And, and what we're finding out with the Big Ten, and then we just saw it with USC, it's a different path now to major college football for players. Say you're coming out of high school and you're not a 5-star and you go, yeah, but, I matured later. I really wasn't pretty good until my senior year, and all the scholarships to Michigan or Notre Dame were gone. Well, you go into the MAC for a couple of years, you grow up a little bit, you prove what you have, they'll find you. I mean, USC, out of their 15 players that really played on defense, call it maybe 16 as I went over it, 11 of their 16 were transfers. That's the new world. Look at Illinois has rebuilt their team with transfers. I mean, so the level that you get to play at will eventually appear for you, and you will end up belonging where you belong. So I think it's great for everybody. Kind of tough on the high school kids. I get it. Those paths for those early scholarships are different, but I don't see anything wrong with going from high school to a level of football that you grow up a little bit and then you move to the next level when you're ready.
This Josh Heupel thing is working. I mean, he had great success at UCF, and they had the terrific 2022 season, but, it was a passing team. They were fun, but you thought, they're just not physical enough. They're not championship caliber. They look like they're championship caliber.
Okay, so I don't, I didn't agree with every word of what Coach Saban said on Saturday. I think his general thesis was right about, what Florida and Florida State. There was a lot of truth to what he said, but one of the things that I did agree with, that everybody has to be aligned for the program to work. And that's what Tennessee is right now. Through the athletic director department, the donors, their facilities, they got the right coach. They continue to invest in their stadium. They're out there aggressively in the NIL. The coach is selling the tradition of Tennessee football. Their alumni are all involved, and they're back to being now one of those teams that is a destination spot for the highest level players. And they've got that spunkiness from Josh Heupel in personality. And I know he may be very much like Steve Spurrier. He has a chip on his shoulder now because of what happened to him at his alma mater at Oklahoma. He's very tough-minded. His players love playing for him, but he has that little edge to him like, hey, stop us. You know, and I wasn't sure that his offense would work in the SEC, but even though they do love to throw the ball, they're still based with that wide splits of like, hey, if you let us run, we're going to run. And they do it. And that's why I thought, you know, I was kind of, Mark, talking to David, that I thought Alex Golish was going to be really, really highly sought of. And, you know, that game for Miami was a big game for USF and probably for Alex Golish. That just shows, though, you have to have enough talent long term in these games, because Miami has now rebuilt, and, you know, USF stayed in there as long as they could, but they're just not talented enough to play the breadth of the game against the most talented teams in the country.
Not when you've got that much talent on both sides of the line of scrimmage for
Correct.
Miami. I mean, there's too much depth at the line, and it overwhelms you after a while. But to your point about the NIL and the boosters, has it ever been tougher to coach college football than it is right now?
No, but it's never been more lucrative either. So, you know, it kind of goes with the spot. I mean, you can move down a spot and it'll be easier to coach if you want, but if you're going to take on the top end of it, right now, the way it is, it's still a bit of the wild, wild west. Sooner or later, things will start to settle out. There'll be more rules. And I guess the cynical part of me, or maybe the part that's watched this for a while, the more rules they put in, a lot of programs will figure out more ways to cut the corners on these rules. So, you know, I don't know. College football is unique. You know, there's no salary cap. The owners don't get together and say, all right, this is what we're going to agree to spend, and we're putting the rest in our pockets. It's obviously a very false economy here, where for a long time players were paid under the table. So now they're being paid more wide open. I guess it is, but, you know, there's only 32 jobs in the NFL. And so there's, you know, I think probably 60 major jobs, 50 to 60 major jobs in college where you can get paid $4, $6, $8, $10 million to coach. And when you take one of those jobs, you jump into that pool.
Got about 2 minutes left. There are 4 matchups this week of ranked teams, one in each of the Power Four conferences, so to speak. But Georgia, Bama, the headliner. You did a few of these games. You know the returning personnel. Just your thoughts on this game 5 days in advance.
I really love the matchup with Kalen DeVore here going against Kirby. I think they're the two premier head coaches that kind of their teams play under the personality. Kalen, his rise from Eastern Michigan offensive coordinator, and, you know, going through Indiana and out to Fresno and Washington. I mean, a meteoric rise, and he gets the Alabama job. And it appears that the team has really embraced his style of coaching. And then there's Kirby. I mean, you know, he's the gritty, undersized defensive player from Georgia, and his team continues to play like it. It is really a fantastic matchup. You know, now with Texas in there, I mean, you know, the SEC football, and I've said this in a lot of interviews in the Big Ten, SEC is not coming back. The Big Ten has to go get them. They're not going to back up. They're going to be what they are. And I think right now the SEC is looking at 5 teams into this playoff.
Well, they've got 5 of the top 6 in both polls, for whatever that's worth right now, with Bama and Georgia playing each other. The other matchups, by the way, Oklahoma State, K-State, and the Big 12. What?
Which team won't make the playoffs of those top teams in the SEC? That's an interesting one, too. It appears Missouri, it'll be between Missouri and Ole Miss for that last, spot.
Yeah, and we don't know if Missouri will play anybody that can knock them out of the playoff, quite frankly. They got the easiest schedule probably of all the contenders.
Well,
Gary, safe travels.
That's for sure.
Yes, they did.
Safe travels to Los Angeles for Wisconsin USC this week, and we'll talk again.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Gary Danielson joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Ran out of time to get into some Lions or Tigers talk with him.
Well, like you, he's a big baseball fan.
I know.
Al Kaline was his guy. So if we start going down the Tigers road, look out. That's a segment in and of itself.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, here's a question, Adam. Could Bama and Georgia play each other 3 times this year? Did anybody see the touchdown turned interception in the Nebraska-Illinois game? I honestly don't know what the right call was on that play. I think they got it right, but wow. That's as close as a play can be.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Third hour of Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Did we ever post that poll question? And by we, I mean you.
No, I did not.
Okay. But he loved it when I brought it up as a talking point about an hour ago.
It's a good poll question. Sometimes I get overwhelmed by the producer end of the job and forget some of my job assignments, one of which is getting this poll question up.
Well, it's not like I was helping you during the breaks. Have I brought it up at any point in time in the last hour? No. I brought it up on air and made you look bad, which I did not intend to do.
Congratulations. It's easy to do. Stand in line.
I seem to, it's part of my charm. So we have 4 undefeated NFL teams. And history says, and by history we mean, well, basically the last 30 years, that if you get to 3-0, 74% chance you're going to go to the playoffs. So what do we have? 4 teams. 74% is basically 3 out of 4. So which one of these 4 teams is not going to make the playoffs if you had to pick one? Because history says that only 3 of these 4 will do it. Seattle and Minnesota in the NFC, Pittsburgh and Kansas City in the AFC. Nobody's going to pick the Chiefs. So of the other 3 then, Seattle, Pittsburgh, Minnesota, if you had to say, I'm still not buying, still not on their bandwagon, which one of those 3 would it be? There you go. That's kind of our thought of the day. It might make it as a poll question.
It's about to.
Okay. And there
As
you go.
we speak, actually working on it.
Yeah. So that's our thought of the day. Which one of the undefeateds? 9 0-2 teams in the NFL heading into week 3. 7 of them have already played. They're 6-1. Only the Tennessee Titans right now are 0-3. That's not a good look for Will Levis. Year 2, trying to be the guy, trying to be the answer. Oh, boy.
David, I forgot what they actually said, but, they give you the updates during the game. And now for an NFL update, we go to whomever.
Right.
And they start off with the fact of something along the lines of, Well, if it means giving it away to the other team, that's Will Levis. And I mean, it was a total bashing of Will Levis on his pick, and it's deserved.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're a punchline for the highlight reels of games, that's not a good look.
And I'm not trying to pour salt into an open wound, Doll fan, but with how Will Levis is playing this year, now how bad was that loss late last year when you had a 13-point fourth quarter lead with under 5 minutes to play and you allowed, wait for it, Will Levis to drive the Titans down the field twice and score 2 touchdowns to beat you 28-27.
In fact, isn't much of the Will Levis hype that was coming into the season based off of the win against Miami last year? Wasn't that the game in which people said, hey, we got to pay attention to Will Levis?
And not to pour salt into the open wound Jags fan, but now how bad does the Week 18 loss feel in Nashville last year to Will Levis and the Titans, when if you had won, you would have won the division and gone back to the playoffs, obviously, and blah, blah, blah. Right. So Will Levis, who may not have much of a future in the NFL, has managed to ruin 2 Florida franchises here in the last calendar year while also ruining his own career.
He did get a mayonnaise endorsement, David, which you have to give it up for him for.
I mean, it is impressive. It really is. And he may manage to get the Titans a top 5 pick so that they can draft his replacement. I mean, he is accomplishing an awful lot here in the last 10 months. In fact, I don't know, outside of Mahomes, you could argue no NFL quarterback has accomplished more. Boom. Digress. Had to get that off my chest.
Feel better?
As a matter of fact, I do.
You should.
So, listen, it's Overreaction Monday. It's early. It's still September. Okay? I just feel the need to point out the obvious. But the 49ers, the Cowboys, the Ravens, the Browns, and the Dolphins are all 1-2. The best the Jags can be is 1-2. The best the Bengals can be is 1-2. I mean, there are some all of these franchises had winning seasons a year ago. The first 5 I mentioned, the Niners, the Cowboys, the Dolphins, the Ravens, and the Browns, were all playoff teams. All won 11 or more games a year ago and are all off to 1-2 starts. The Seattle Seahawks have a 2-game lead in the NFC West. I know it's early, but just saying. And the Niners still have a ton of injuries.
They had nothing for that game yesterday. No Kittle, no Debo, no CMC.
Right.
I mean,
and yet we're totally in control of the game. Purdy played great, by the way. For those who think that Brock Purdy's not the answer at quarterback, I challenge you to look at yesterday's game. Without what Mark just said, no Debo, no Kittle, no Christian McCaffrey. All right. Purdy completed over 70% of his passes, threw 3 touchdowns, over 300 yards. And by the way, hit a receiver in stride when the game was tied with under 2 minutes to go, deep down the sideline, where if he just catches the ball, the Niners are going to win the game. He drops it. Stafford gets the ball. And he gets it at midfield after a 38-yard punt return. And Matthew Stafford's chuckling, walking out onto the field like, well, this game's over. Do you know that's like the 45th fourth quarter and overtime, like, win for Stafford?
Well, 45. I mean, it makes sense, David. There was a lot of games in which he was trailing in Detroit. In order to have that many comebacks, you have to have the opportunity to come from behind, and playing for mediocre teams is one way to do that.
Say it again. And I don't know if, the first 2 weeks of the year, I had been pounding the table saying if the Tennessee Titans had Matthew Stafford as their quarterback, what would their record be? I don't know if they beat Green Bay yesterday. Green Bay played really well. But Will Levis really helped give that game away. I really would argue if Matthew Stafford was quarterback of Tennessee Titans, they'd be 3-0. And, I mean, it's a panic move. I get it, but there are certain teams that really should think about this. They should call. Yeah, they should really think about this because he ain't done. Also, he's got 2 more after this. He can chuck it, and he's tough. He stands in there. He doesn't flinch, and he's taken a beating for 15 years, and he doesn't flinch.
You mentioned it earlier. You're starting to worry if Miami's season is on the brink, if it's not already over.
Yeah. Yeah, they're down. Skylar Thompson's not going to play next week. He broke his rib, for goodness sake. I don't think he's going to play. They're going to try to put him in there. I don't think he's going to play. They're going to play either Tim Boyle or Tyler Huntley for the next few weeks. And if not, they're going to play.
That's if Tua comes back in 4 weeks. There's no guarantees there.
I think the Browns are done. I think Deshaun Watson's broken. I don't think even Kevin Stefanski, 2-time coach of the year, can put Humpty Dumpty back together again. I don't. I think they're done. And Chubb, by the way, is never going to be Chubb again. And he certainly is not going to be Chubb this year. He's not. And they had the best running back depth chart in the league 2 years ago. And now they do not. And this just in, their offensive line. I mean, for goodness sakes. I mean, Sam Darnold had enough time against the Giants 2 weeks ago to literally order coffee. And the Giants' defensive line overwhelmed the Browns' offensive line yesterday.
And I know it's not, high school and guys aren't playing on emotion, but at some point, when you have no faith in the guy who's your quarterback, how hard can you play? And I know everything's on tape and tape doesn't lie, and I get all those things. And I know they're pros. But at some point, how can you keep giving the effort that you have to give when your quarterback play is that bad?
I'll say this. It's different in this town because they managed to win. But the Steelers defense has been doing it for 3 years now. I mean, Ben's last year, he wasn't much. And they just went through Kenny Pickett and Mason Rudolph for 2 years. And
that's coaching, David.
It is. It is. And a front office. That's a culture. That's all. We fall back and say it's cliches. It's not. It really isn't.
21,000's the text line. The poll question is up. We have 4 3-0 NFL teams. At 3-0, you have a 74% chance of making the playoffs. Which team will not make the playoffs? Kansas City, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, and Seattle are your choices. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or Miller_Moulton on X. We'll repost it here shortly, and you can have your chance to vote.
I feel badly for the teams that were scheduled wins last week and didn't take advantage. Like Tampa
Bay.
Wow. Come on, guys. And it's not that Denver at 0-2 was awful, but they weren't good. And you made them look very good yesterday. I mean, you had a guy in his third start and pick you apart. Complete 70% of his passes or just under it. Have been a turnover machine for 2 weeks. Didn't commit one yesterday.
No, and they didn't show a lot of looks to confuse him. He was comfortable for the entire game back there. I mean, he was very comfortable throwing. Pocket was clean the whole game. When he had to run, he ran effectively. No, it was a bad day for the Tampa defense.
Worst loss of the week, Tampa Bay or the Raiders? Chance to get to 2-1. home opener against Carolina and basically get blown out. Ouch. Got to get to 10 wins to have a shot. NFL gave you one yesterday, and you laid a goose egg.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Raheem Morris, when asked about the play, did you see his comment? I like my money.
challenge. What did you learn here in these last 3 minutes?
Man, the game not over till 0-0 on the clock. I don't like how things when they're going towards the end. I felt like we should have put more points on the board. We should have just put the gas on the pedal when we was up 28-6. We got dubbed, man. We just gonna regroup Tuesday.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. Our poll question, we got 4 3-0 teams. History says if you get to 3-0, you have a 74% chance of making the playoffs. So that fits perfectly. 4 teams. In theory, 3 of the 4 will make it. Well, we're asking if, in fact, history holds up and one of these 4 is not going to make it, which one? Seattle, Minnesota are the 2 undefeated teams in the NFC. Pittsburgh and Kansas City are the 2 undefeated teams in the AFC. Nobody's going to say it's the Chiefs, obviously. So you basically have to pick your poison. Seattle and Pittsburgh, which each have 2-game leads. Minnesota, in a conference, Mark, help me out. Do we have just 6 teams with a winning record in the NFC? Philly in the East, 3 teams in the Central. No, 7, because we got Saints, Bucks in the South, and then Seattle. So we got
Correct.
7 winning teams. Okay. So at least every team with a winning record right now would make the playoffs in the NFC. Okay. All right. I thought, remember early in the baseball season, at one point in time, we only had in the National League? There was a week when we literally only had 4 teams above 500 in like July. We were like, man, this is unbelievable. So just wanted to make sure we at least had 7 2-1 or better teams. So that's good. I feel better about that. So are you putting all your money on the 0-2 teams tonight since they're 6-1 so far, straight up?
No. Last year, 5 of the 9 0-2 teams won their games.
Right.
This year, already 6 have.
Right. And we got 0-2 Jacksonville at 2-0 Buffalo. Buffalo with, remember, 11 days to prepare because they played 2 Thursdays ago against Miami. They are well rested for this sucker. And then you got the 0-2 Bengals hosting the 1-1 Commanders.
I definitely love the Bengals tonight to get to 1-2. I'm not so sure about the Jags.
Well, Jags in the same situation as the Giants on the road as underdogs, as the Panthers on the road as underdogs, as the Broncos on the road as underdogs.
And Trevor is 2-0 against the Bills.
He is. He is. And the funny thing is, with Minnesota walloping Houston, don't often say walloping on the show. If you're the Jags, you're like,
by the way.
I'm sorry, we should use it more?
I think walloping should be used more.
Okay. We could have walloping Wednesdays if you'd like.
Oh, look at that.
So the Jags, who, woke up yesterday 0-2 and things looked awful, now they're like, well, hell, 0-2, we got them A, right where we want them, and B, guys, if we go 2-0 this week, we're in first place. I mean, all we have to do is go to Buffalo and Houston and win, but, with the Texans losing, We win, we're going into Houston with a chance to be in first in the division, guys. Come on. What do you say?
You know, David, you made the comment about the winning records in the NFC. When you do winning records in the AFC, there's only 6.
So let's see. We got the 2 in the East.
Right,
We
the
got
Bills and the Jets.
Only Pittsburgh in the North, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Only Houston in the South.
Oh, wow. And then
Chiefs and Chargers.
Wow. That's not good. That's not good. And if the number grows tonight to winning teams, it'll grow in the NFC because Washington with a win would get to 2-1. So there we have it. All I know is we got the Niners, the Cowboys, the Dolphins, the Ravens, and the Browns. 5 teams who all won 11 or more games last year. 2 of them went to the conference championships. They're 1-2. Did you see Lamar's post-game interview on the field with Tom Rinaldi?
I did not.
So, Rinaldi with a standard question, kind of like, hey, 0-2, and, you got the job done. And, the motto on this team is finish. You guys finished on that final drive. What can you tell me about what you learned about your team today and what have you? And Lamar's like, well, all I know is that when we were up 28-6, we should have put the hammer down. And I wish, and he implied that the coaches pulled the foot off the throttle. That Lamar, in his answer, was kind of like, I was wanting to score more points. And it was Lamar's kind of way of saying, listen, we all got to pick it up here. That's how I took it. I took it as whether it's Monken, whether it's John Harbaugh, that it was Lamar's way of saying, listen, when we got a chance to put the hammer down, we got to put the damn hammer down.
If anything's been proven in that league, he's right.
Well, and didn't we have the stat last week that no team in the last 8 years has blown more double-digit fourth-quarter leads than the Ravens?
And that's correct also.
And just the week before, they blew a double-digit lead at home against the Raiders. And the Niners.
Dallas is coming back. You're going, oh, man, are they going to figure out a way to lose this?
The Niners loss yesterday was remarkable. All 3 units, too. We think special teams doesn't matter anymore. Oh, the Niners special teams were a disaster yesterday. Interesting decision by Kyle Shanahan also. You're up, what is it? Was he up 3 or 6? But anyway, he tried a 55-yard field goal. And we all know, I think it was 6. So, obviously, you make it, you're up 9. That's a big deal. But if you miss it,
Philadelphia did the same thing against the Saints. They kicked a really long field goal and missed it and gave New Orleans a short field
to
regain the lead. But Philadelphia managed to come back and win. And I thought with the way the offenses were going in that game, punt. No one's moving the damn ball. It's a slugfest.
Hey, what were the officials thinking in that Eagles-Saints game when A.J. Brown was being pushed back 10 yards? I mean, forward progress, whistle, anybody? And so since they didn't blow the whistle, the D lineman from the Saints is like, well, I guess we can still hit him. And, I mean, that was a cheap shot. It just put his head right into his helmet and blew him up. All right, but they hadn't blown the whistle. So it was a quote-unquote legal hit. It was absurd.
You mean Devontae?
I'm sorry, Devontae, because AJ was out.
Right.
My bad. But, I mean, what the heck? What are you thinking? They literally had pushed him back 8 to 10 yards. At what point do you think it was forward progress? They didn't blow the whistle, so, the Saints kept playing. In that sense, I can't. But, I mean, it was ridiculous. Why is the whistle not blown? Why is the whistle not blown? And as you're about to say it out loud a third time, the Saints guy's like, well, I'm blowing the whistle, so I'm going to take him out.
Miller and Moulton. 21,000 is the text line. We've got a poll question up. moving along at a snail's pace here with some of that stuff on a Monday. But the poll question is out of the 4 3-0 teams, which will not make the playoffs? Kansas City, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, or Seattle? I voted Pittsburgh for what it's worth.
So did I, but I don't like it. And I said so I don't like it. I actually think all 4 now are going to make the playoffs. But I said with their schedule and that conference that, but so if you don't vote Minnesota, by the way, does that mean you're endorsing 3 teams from the NFC North making the playoffs?
At this point in time, it's hard not to. It's going to fight for being the best division in football this year.
Could be last year's AFC North. I mean, clearly Caleb's not ready. And also clearly, by the way, that offensive line's not good enough. It's not. Sorry.
They can't run block to say. I mean, they can't run block at all.
Nope.
And that's a tough spot for a rookie quarterback when you can't get a yard carrying the ball.
63 yards rushing yesterday for the Bears, so he had to throw it a bunch and ended up turning it over a bunch, and they had 3rd and 4th and 1 and the goal line and went backwards both times. I mean, not good. Not good. Blocking seems to be an important part of having success in the NFL, Mark. That's what I've learned over the years.
What's the old line? When it becomes about something other than blocking and tackling, let me know.
Thank you, Chuck Knoll. Thank you. Miller and Moulton.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Especially if they're not going to call pass interference in the end zone. Yeah, but I would have liked their chances a lot better if they had gotten 1st and goal at the 1 instead of 4th and goal at the 6. Although they should kick the field goal.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. The Diamond District bonus hour and the 239 and the 904 awaits at the top of the hour here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I am technically in Covington, Kentucky, just across the river and the border from Cincinnati, Ohio, in town for Monday Night Football, the second of the doubleheader tonight, 8:15 on ABC, Washington and Cincinnati. I am wearing not a bowling shirt, not a tuxedo shirt. I am wearing what the Reds gave away on Fan Appreciation Day yesterday, which is a button-down red and black Cincinnati Reds, I don't know, golf shirt, tuxedo jersey shirt, bad bowling shirt. Now, it's a size too small. Can't blame the Reds for that. Got to blame Moulton for that. But so if you're watching on YouTube or on twitch.tv and you're wondering, what in the world is he wearing? It's Fan Appreciation Day yesterday.
David, it in fact is a bowling shirt.
Really?
I'm on Reds MLB.com looking at the promotions for the year. It is a Reds bowling shirt.
Okay.
I mean, you have a bowling shirt.
Wow, I've never worn one of those before.
And we're not sure if you're ever going to again.
Well, I really shouldn't. A, if they're this ugly, and B, since I'm probably always going to be this fat. So,
although, could I get you to wear it to the game tonight?
No. Oh, no. 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 I mean, it's really, it's the problem is it's not because it's ugly. I have no trouble wearing if it was ugly. I mean, I've worn 2 Halloween costumes on national television before. I mean, so it's not the ugliness, it's the fat. I mean, the shirt's a size too small. It is. The buttons in the middle are stretched. It's.
Do you have any fear of blowing the shirt apart during the show today while you have it on? Have you, I mean, usually you take in some calories during the show. Usually there's a snack at some point during a break. Are you afraid that if you eat and push your belly out, that you could just bust the buttons?
No, but I am going to have to take it off as soon as the show is over.
I'm stunned it's made it this far.
I'm a little surprised myself. I will say when the shirt's so tight and you got the buttons down the middle that you look down and there's actually in between the buttons, the shirt stretched so much that you can actually see your belly. Okay. And you're like, oh, wow. So that's why I can't wear it to the booth tonight. I can't be showing my belly in the booth. You can't crop dust in the booth. That's why I got to stay away from the Skyline Chili tonight. And you can't be showing your belly in the booth.
Reds bowling shirt. That was the giveaway yesterday, and you got one.
I got one. Quick observation, by the way, a lot of jerseys, a lot of old jerseys. All right. Seemingly the only current player that people had shirts or jerseys for was De La Cruz. Otherwise, all the other Reds jerseys were all, if you want to go back to Big Red Machine days, a lot of Johnny Bench jerseys. A lot of Larkin, Eric Davis, from that era of Reds baseball, a little bit of Votto and Jay Bruce, but of the current, only De La Cruz. Otherwise, I didn't see anybody else represented. So, and the Reds fired their manager at 10 o'clock last night. You want to talk about a news dump. NFL Sunday, after your last home game of the year, in a town that's hosting Monday Night Football today. I mean, you want to talk about a news dump. Man, did the Reds pull a news dump last night.
Right, because I have to imagine all the talk shows today are talking Bengals all day long.
All day long. All day long. They were even fired up because apparently the Bearcats beat Houston 34-0. I will say, Big 12 referee was sitting right in front of us at the game. Had a lovely discussion with him. We were talking about Sonny Dykes getting ejected. That's another thing that happened. When's the last time you saw a college football head coach ejected?
I'm trying to think if I've ever seen it before.
I know. The TCU head coach ejected from the TCU SMU game. And he said, hey, I deserved the first 15-yarder. Absolutely, I did. He goes, I need somebody to tell me what I did for the second 15-yarder. But think about how weird it is when a couple years ago, the Bucs sent Antonio Brown to the locker room in Jersey, and he's walking off the field being escorted by somebody. Okay, how weird it is to see you see a guy ejected for targeting the walk. Although
thank goodness they don't make him do it anymore.
Right. But have you ever seen a head coach ejected from a college football game before?
No.
I know. I can't remember one either. I asked the official. I think he had said he's done it like 17 years. I said, you ever eject a coach before? You or your crew? He goes, no. I go, aren't you curious to find out what he goes? I can't wait to read the reports. He said, and he also said, I'll be real curious if the league has their back or not. I said, well, okay.
I think they just scored another touchdown in that game, by the way.
Okay. SMU against TCU or James Madison against North Carolina?
Well, David, James Madison. Did they hang a 50 burger? They had 53 at the half, didn't they?
And then hung a 70 burger.
Right.
70 burger. Mac Brown asked after the game, are you going to resign? Think about how bad the performance has to be for someone in the media, the lapdog home college media. Okay, to ask Mac Brown to his face, Coach, after today, are you going to resign? Now, the follow-up question is after he says no, okay, how many of the defensive coaches are getting fired?
Yeah, Mac ripped his defense pretty hard.
Oh, 70.
70 against James Madison.
Yeah. James Madison got paid like $500,000-$600,000, I think, for that win. We've had a lot of, we've had 1.8, 1.4. I mean, we've had some serious guarantee wins turn into, guarantee wins. So 5 of the top 6 teams in both college football polls are SEC teams. You got Bama, Georgia this week playing each other. That'll be cool. You have a top 25 matchup in each of the Power 4 conferences. Kinda. Louisville, Notre Dame. I know Notre Dame's not in the ACC, but they play 5 ACC games. I mean, they're kinda a member. Kinda.
They struggled for 3 quarters with Miami of Ohio, for crying out loud.
Well, I will say their performance is uneven under him. Now, how much of this do we give them a pass? Because remember, they lost the 2 offensive linemen for the year. All right, the week before against Purdue. I'm just, do you give? I mean, they're bringing in true freshmen, I believe, or redshirt freshmen to replace them. So do you give them a week? It's why it's no guarantee, by the way, that Notre Dame wins out until they face USC. There's no guarantee at all.
And they had their MAC school got beat by Buffalo, by the way.
Yes, that's it.
Just,
Northern
you know,
Illinois.
Northern Illinois is a good team. They just lost to Buffalo.
And they are a top 3 team in the MAC. The problem is they blew a double-digit lead at home against Buffalo, which hurts Notre Dame. I mean, Notre Dame needed Northern Illinois to win the MAC, and they still can, but they don't have much margin of error now. I mean, 28-point favorite. They lost that game. And that's why we asked the question, even if they do win out and they're 10-1 and they go to USC and they lose, does Notre Dame's 10-2 get them in?
I don't think so.
I mean, you know, what's the game what's going to be the best win? Probably this Saturday if it happens. They'll probably be Texas A&M potentially, or Louisville. Probably going to be the best win on Notre Dame's schedule if they win all their games, but then lose at USC final week of the regular season. And
yeah, I don't think they can lose the USC game and get in. I don't. And I don't know how they lose one between now and then in beating USC. Does that still get you in? That's going to be with what the SEC is doing. I know they're going to start beating themselves up, but the way the rankings are and how things are laying out for the SEC, they could get 6.
Wow. Well, if the Big 12 and the ACC are only going to get 1, and if Notre Dame's not getting a bid, so then you got the group of 5, ACC, Big 12, that's 3. Divvy up the other 9 amongst the Power 2 there. So that's the other thing.
Miami has to own it, and they lose an ACC championship game and get in that way. Right.
Right now, by the way, my $20. Kane's going to go 12-0, yes or no? Because they are. Did you see the 1 goal line play against South Florida? Cam Ward, they're up 29-15, like early third quarter, mid third quarter, and it's 4th and goal at the 1. And Cam Ward walks up to the line of scrimmage, and he is clearly telling South Florida, he is pointing even, we are going to run the ball right here. Right here. And the defenders are getting down in 3-point stance, and he leans over the one lineman and points to the ground. We're going to run it right here. And they handed the ball to the tailback and ran it right there. And he scored pretty easily.
Yeah, I think they came out in the second half and showed the depth they have on both lines and just punished South Florida. South Florida had a nice first half.
They did. They did. In fact, the score at the half was probably the worst score they could have had. They were down 22-15. They had played really well. They're not making the plays in the passing game they need to make, though.
Because guys are getting open.
Yeah, my quarterback's not throwing the ball as well as he did last year.
No.
But anyway, I can't bring that up with the coach again. He'll get mad at me. But,
well, he did. I think if you'd have said I think if you'd have simply said, did the offense leave some plays out there, as opposed to did your quarterback leave some plays out there? He just didn't like the quarterback getting signaled out.
Mm-hmm.
And
I was right, though. But you're right. I phrased the question improperly. I need to be more gentle with my face and with my words.
But I think we all know what you were implying at the end. He somewhat agreed with your premise. It was just a little different takeaway. And, you know, South Florida, like I said, had a nice first half. Miami just too much. But Miami undefeated. I can't trust Mario to do that.
Clemson starting to find themselves. You know, we tried to say it. We said, listen, we don't know how good or bad Clemson is, but would you like to open with Georgia? And we said that about just anybody. You really want to open with Georgia? I mean, wasn't it Oregon? couple years ago, Dan Lanning's first game in Oregon, they'd lost like 49-3. They hardly lost the rest of the year.
And that was a game at the half between Clemson and Georgia.
Yeah, it was 6-3.
And as you said, Clemson's starting to find their groove.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And what's a really weird ACC.
It is. It is. You know, BC had a moment, then a loss. Georgia Tech had a moment, then a loss. That's why I think now the burden's on Louisville. It's like, okay, can you make this a 3-team conference? You know, can somebody from the middle of the pack rise up? And Louisville's ranked, but I haven't really been tested yet. Now they go to South Bend. It's like, okay. That would be, it would eliminate Notre Dame, but it would be good for the ACC.
It would be good for the ACC. They need someone else to win a game of substance to give that conference a little credibility other than what Miami's doing, because Clemson lost their credibility because of the beatdown that Georgia gave them. All they have the opportunity to do is to earn some of that back, and they won't really get the full opportunity until the ACC championship game, if they get there.
Miller and Moulton, eventful Saturday in the Big 12 for those that cared. BYU stomped K-State, by the way, late Saturday night. I don't know how many of you. We had been warning you about that game. And Utah won the battle in Stillwater. Cowboys cannot run the ball. Hey, for those of you, Lake City, Charlotte County, we'll talk tomorrow. The bonus hour is next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist's evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
my shoulder. I think I tore my tricep. I don't have time to get it looked at because I don't have time to fix it. Golly. Yeah, tough weekend, CBW. Syracuse and Nebraska both. At home, nationally televised games. Not easy games, but games you got to win. I mean, one was a 7-point favorite, the other 8.5. I mean, you got to win. Well, just a chance, to try to get through September undefeated. Like Rutgers went to Blacksburg. Wasn't
Tried to
easy.
give it away, but why
Yeah,
not?
right. Blew a 16-point lead, but kicked a field goal and won. Well, Yinzer, I like Narduzzi. I know he's old school, hard line. I love his attitude. I love him.
Maybe
I don't
Louisville.
think
CBW, that's what we just were saying. Maybe Louisville. Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yes. Louisville, Notre Dame on Peacock. Golly. Oh, jeez. I don't know how many of you watched our game on Saturday, but did that game look good? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
USC, Michigan on the same field.
And the crowd, with the stripes, it looked really good.
I'm like, this is pretty cool. And of course, once you have an Eisenhower administration reference, I mean, phew.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton, the Diamond District bonus hour on this Overreaction Monday. Hope you had a good weekend, whether your teams won or not. Thanks for starting your week off with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, we were a little late getting it up. It's a pretty good one, though. Think about it. Ask your friends and neighbors. So if you get off to a 3-0 start in the NFL, 74% of the time you make the playoffs. Well, we just happen to have 4 teams that are 3-0. Now, the Bills could join them if they win tonight. But right now, we have 4 teams that are 3-0. Of the 4, which one won't make the playoffs? Because over the last 30 years, that's how it's worked. 74% of 3-0 teams make the playoffs, 3 out of 4. Okay, so between Seattle, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, and Kansas City, and none of you are going to vote the Chiefs, obviously. So between Seattle, Pittsburgh, and Minnesota, which one of the 3 would you go, Yeah, I still not believing. I'm not believing in Geno. Not believing in Sam Darnold. Not believing in Justin Fields and the Steelers. No. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly.
Would you want any of those quarterbacks to start for your team?
Ooh, depends on the team, but I know what you're saying.
Well, okay, your team's the Miami Dolphins right now.
Yeah, take all three. I mean, just no, come on. That's the other reason. And I don't want to do the whole damn thing about Mike McDaniel here, but he treated Skylar Thompson like he was a starting quarterback. That's what really bothered me. And we say it all the time, Mark. We have strengths and weaknesses on this show. One of our strengths I've always felt is you and I know our limitations. We know what kind of a show we are. We know where we are in the pecking order of the sports talk landscape. Okay. We book guests accordingly. Okay. We do things accordingly. Okay. We're Wisconsin. Okay. We know who we are and we don't try to be what we're not. Okay. Mike McDaniel tried to run his offense with Skylar Thompson. Are you on the road in Seattle, a timing offense in one of the most hostile places for you to have your timing? Because hearing the snap count is hard. Or you're going to do it with Skylar Thompson on a silent count all day? How about he's Skylar Thompson. He didn't play all of last year. Okay, can you kind of just help him get in this game? Can you run the ball a little bit? Short passing game. Punt's not the worst thing in the world. He threw the ball 20 out of 29 times in the first half. What the heck?
Another question for you, David. With what Justin Fields is doing thus far in Pittsburgh, when Russ gets healthy, would you trade him?
No. Who do I have behind Justin Fields if not Russell Wilson?
I understand.
No, and I don't even know the answer. Like, who's the third quarterback in Pittsburgh? Because I know it's not Pickett and it's not Rudolph. It's none of the guys from last year. So Yinzer in our Twitch chat room says it's Kyle Allen. Although I will say with the way Pittsburgh plays offense, you might be able to get away with Kyle Allen. I think I'd prefer Brett Rypien in Chicago, but
But the desperation factor of other teams, you signed Russ, you could.
Well, he's very tradable because remember, his salary is like $1.2 million.
Right.
I mean, the Broncos put money in Russ's bank, not the Steelers. So he's very tradable. Here's what I'm wondering, though. Do you actually have to play him for a game before so that people go, oh, yeah, he's back healthy. The calf is healed. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Tomlin. The calf's healed. He's been your starter July, August, first half of September. He's healthy. He's our guy. Yeah, you're 3-0 with the other guy.
And the other guy's not making the mistakes. He's doing what he's being told to do, and he's effective doing it. It's ugly, but he's not screwing it up.
The other thing is they trusted him enough yesterday. I think I got this right. Didn't he throw the ball 32 times? That wasn't a 13 of 19 for 147-yard Fields performance, I don't think. I thought Fields threw the ball 32 times yesterday.
You are correct.
Okay, and that's probably at the high end, of where they want Fields going. But it was a 13-10 game, Mark, with that defense, with Herbert knocked out of the game, mid-fourth quarter, and they had Fields throwing the ball. When probably 2 weeks ago, Mark, they're just running the ball until they punt, and they're saying to the defense, listen, they got a backup quarterback. Are we really – now, I know it's Taylor Heineke, but we're at home. I'm going to make Taylor Heineke drive the ball 50, 60 yards on you to get a tying field goal. I'm not going to lose this game with Fields throwing the ball. That's how they would have called plays 2 weeks ago, because that's how they called plays in Atlanta. And that's how they called plays the week before in Denver.
he hit whoever it was, Austin or whatever it was for the touchdown. They still don't have much of a receiving core in Pittsburgh.
No. So I thought that's the significance also. That told me, by the way, I think he's the starting quarterback. Even if Wilson is ready to go this week. They trusted him to throw the ball in a tight game in the fourth quarter when they didn't have to throw the ball. They probably could have run and punted their way to a 13-10 win. And the Chargers had 168 yards total offense.
Right, and 0 in the second half.
And they threw the ball 32 times.
Right.
I think that's very telling. And he didn't screw it up, which is all they're asking him not to do. And if he makes a couple plays along with it, fantastic.
And he made a monster play in the fourth quarter to seal the win for Pittsburgh.
I said earlier, by the way, if the Falcons aren't going to use Kyle Pitts, trade him. I know they just signed him, but this Freiermuth guy is, he's dropping the ball and he's not, I think I got it right. The Steelers tight end?
Yeah.
He dropped another one yesterday. It was a big play.
He dropped one. He had 5 targets. He caught 4 balls.
Okay. I don't know. I know they're not going to trade him, but I'm just wondering is this a Hawkinson situation here? But since they already paid him, it probably isn't. But all right. But we got 4 3-0 teams. Could have a 5th tonight in Buffalo. We only have 1 0-3 team. Right now, the Titans are on the clock.
Who had that on your bingo card?
Some people thought they'd be lousy. I didn't. I don't think they're a bad team. I think they have a really bad quarterback. All right, Mark, I'm just going to say something out loud, and you refute it for me. You would take Daniel Jones over Deshaun Watson right now. You going to refute that?
I don't think I can.
So you tell me how Cleveland's not cooked.
They are. I mean, that's still a tremendous defense.
Uh-huh. Myles
Elite.
Garrett already with a second injury, looking into the foot. This could cross your fingers here. But these get very tricky.
But mustering up 15 points against the Giants?
And they were gifted a touchdown. I think the Giants turned it over in their first series, gifted a touchdown.
Yeah.
And then for the next 2 hours, didn't do a damn thing.
Right.
Right. I mean,
in fact, there aren't many quarterbacks with Deshaun, where would he be? Man, it was bottom 3rd last week. It's bottom 5th.
All right. It depends on, are we including the rookie quarterbacks in this or not? Or are we just taking them off the, survey and saying undecided? Too early, whatever category you want to put them in. If we're taking the rookie quarterbacks and we're just putting them off the stage, quarterbacks you would take over Deshaun Watson right now. I'm being very serious, by the way, Cleveland Browns fan. Andy Dalton, Deshaun Watson.
Well, based on yesterday? Come on.
Just based on even the last couple years. I mean, Deshaun hasn't even made 17. I mean, Deshaun's made what now? 15 starts as a Bronco? I mean, 2+ years? I think he made 6 each of the last 2 years, and he's made 3 this year. All right, we can go right down this list. I mean, Deshaun Watson's better than Skylar Thompson. So if we have to count Miami's backup quarterback, but, he's better than Jacoby Brissett. Close, though. Close. I will say Jacoby is nobody to throw to. I think Jacoby would be better if he was throwing to who Deshaun's throwing to.
If you throw the second-year guys in, you taking Deshaun, you taking Richardson?
Oh boy, I really don't. But I would take Richardson. Not throwing the ball, but I think Richardson running right now is better than Deshaun passing. And I have no faith in Anthony Richardson.
None.
No, seriously, you tell me the quarterback situation right now. Okay. That you
Deshaun or Will Levis?
Deshaun.
So there's a few.
Yeah, there's one. There's one. Jacoby Brissett's close. I actually think Jacoby Brissett, though, throwing to Amari Cooper would be better than Deshaun Watson. You said it earlier, man. I mean, how much longer does this have to go until you give Jameis a try?
And I know it's the same management system. The owner picked this quarterback, and that has a lot to do with it. But boy, oh boy, you're sacrificing years here in Cleveland.
It's $46 million guaranteed this year, next, and the year after. And in the cap hits the next 2 years, by the way, are $65+ million because you've renegotiated that contract twice. I mean, this is a Russell Wilson cap hit if the Browns are deciding to move on, if they can't void this contract because of, well, Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, you and I are the exact same baseball fan right now. We are both pleasantly surprised. I am thrilled at what the Mets have done the last 4 months and the position that they're in. And you have to be the same with the Tigers. And yet both our teams can blow it from here.
Right.
And it would really suck. And I would be fine with the first round playoff loss. I really would. If the Mets could hold off the Braves, oh my God. They haven't beaten the Braves at anything. And I know it's because of the Braves injuries. I totally get it. But it would suck to be the best team in baseball for 4 months and blow it in the final week. I don't think Lindor is going to play.
Do me a favor next break. I forward you an email. I want you to look at those two spots and tell me if you think those are 30s or 45s, because they look way long to me.
Okay.
There's a lot of phone numbers and websites.
Oh, there's no way that's 30. No, not the first one. No way. You'd have to take out one of the paragraphs. Same with the second one. I mean, are we allowed to take that material and edit it, or do we have to do it word for word? Because there's no way.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for listening. The Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on the 239 and the 904. Broadcasting live from the Floormeister studio. Floormeister is sponsoring my studio here in Covington, Kentucky. And that's very nice of them. All right. Hotel flooring, it's carpeting, it's brown. The drapes are dark brown. What
You know what I noticed, though, in the room, because you have been donning the Cincinnati Reds bowling shirt all day.
Fan Appreciation Day yesterday, Mark. Is what they gave away.
And it's quite a shirt.
Yes, it is.
But what I noticed early on in the show is that I know you're at a pretty nice hotel.
Yeah.
And I can tell because over your left shoulder is the complimentary robe.
Oh, yeah. I left it up just for you.
And I thought when you told me before the show, you said, I don't know how long I'm going to do the bowling shirt. I thought you might just slip into the robe and go half for the rest of the show.
I'm not a robe and slippers guy. You've said you are in hotel rooms.
Very much so. Hotel rooms, the house. Sunday morning, I wore the robe around for a half hour. The wife and daughter were at church, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to wear the robe around for a little while and feel comfortable.
Do you think, first off, most of my life I haven't had any money even to have a robe. But secondly, when you have a belly, is a robe the best thing? It's kind of like, it's kind of like being Nate Newton and you couldn't keep your jersey tucked in. I mean, I've found that as you get fatter, it's tougher to keep the robe tied, and then you don't want to be the guy wearing the robe that the robe's not staying tied and it's becoming disheveled, like, the shoes that can't stay tied. That's what I have found. I have trouble keeping the robe tight.
Yeah, and see, I don't care if the robe gets loose. I don't care if it's even tied. I'm wearing the robe around the house. That's all there is to it.
Okay.
It might be a bad look, but it's my look, and I'm going to own it.
You know what? you know what I'm finding? You're just more confident than I am. And listen, a lot of life is confidence. That is something I have learned in the last 15 years. And I'll be very serious for a second. All right. I never realized how important confidence was. I didn't have any confidence until my 40s. All right. And Gary Danielson helped give me confidence. All right. He really did. My self-esteem is better in the last 20 years, in large part because of Gary. And I had
He's
just
a life
realized
coach too.
in life and sportscasting and what have you. And I've learned also in sports, okay, that, just how important confidence is, that certain teams that achieve and don't achieve certain things. And that goes back to Dunk City. I mean, when those guys achieved what they did going to the Sweet 16, and it was solely, yeah, they were talented. They were. But hey, come on, there's a lot of talented basketball players. Okay, were they more talented than a 15 seed? Yeah, like 6 guys on that team played professional ball over in Europe. No, there was real talent on that team. But Andy Enfield had that. It's the most, never seen a coach inject more confidence into a team than he did that group. And
But it takes time because even the year before Dunk City, when they made their little mini run, that's when it all started. That's when I watched Andy exude that confidence, not just with his players, but with his assistant coaches, with you and I, with the boosters. It's a mentality that you have to have 24/7. And that's the difference between, I think, the great coaches and the average coaches, that they can instill that confidence or that mentality all the time. We have Alex Golish on. He has confidence about him every time you talk to him.
Although I will say, did you hear his postgame? That's the first time I believe that I've heard him in a postgame just flat out say, we had nothing for those guys. Because he was asked to compare Miami and Alabama. And he starts off and he says exactly what you think he's going to say. They're both really good teams. They're well coached. They have a lot of talent. But then he goes, at the point of attack, he goes, we could trade punches with Alabama into the fourth quarter. He goes, we got worn out a lot more quickly by Miami. He was almost saying, listen, if everything else is even, Milroe, Ward, and you want to go weapons and this, that, and the other thing, he goes, yeah, that Miami team in the trenches is a little different animal. It was about a minute and a half answer when he was asked to compare Alabama and Miami. It's an interest. Also, the tone of his voice. We get him every other week. We had him all last year. We've talked to him now twice this year. We'll get him before the Memphis game. By the way, how about Memphis getting whooped by Navy? And Navy taunting them in the final 30 seconds also. Speaking of confidence, by the way, that's what I want. Army, Navy, Air Force. Yeah, I want cocky. I want confident. Those suckers are going to war to protect us. I want cocky. I want confident. Darn right. Don't talk to me about sportsmanship. No, I actually, okay, I'm okay with a 15-yard penalty for taunting if it comes from somebody who's going to go halfway around the world to defend me. No, I'm actually fine with it. I'll pay the fine for him, in fact. This was the NFL, but I digress. But anyway, very interesting post game from Golish comparing Miami and Alabama. And the tone in his voice was like, yeah, we didn't have anything for that in the second half.
And it was pretty obvious in watching it that Miami, come halftime, showed up a little more eager in the second half to get that thing going.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm just asking you before the week starts, and I don't know if either one of our teams play tonight. I know mine doesn't, and I don't think yours does either. Our baseball teams have rallied here. They're now
unbelievable. Yours has been doing it for a while.
Right.
Mine started, I think, August 11th is when their great run of baseball started, where they seemingly can't lose.
You have a 6-week run where over the last 6 weeks, you're the best team in baseball. All right. My team has a run where since like May 29th, they're the best team in baseball. And if the playoffs ended today, both our teams are in. Yet both our teams are in position where they can be out. Can you handle it? Okay.
Yeah,
And
I'll
you-
be really bummed out because I didn't expect anything, and all of a sudden,
Now
David,
you're in.
yesterday I'm watching football, and I kind of had forgotten about baseball, and I reached down to my phone, and the Tigers came from behind again to win a game yesterday against Baltimore, and I think I gave it a double fist pump on the couch.
I was a
Silent
wreck.
with no one else in the room.
Yep. I was a wreck last night.
All right.
Ninth inning of the Mets Phillies. I was an absolute wreck last night watching it. Phillies are a single way from winning the East, and the Mets with their closer trying to get a 6-inning save. Okay, or a 6-out save, excuse me. Oh yeah, I was a wreck last night. And this will be, for as happy as you and I both are, now they've roped us in. We've passed the threshold. We can't contain ourselves now. Now this will suck.
That hook is firmly implanted in my cheek, David.
Right.
They are reeling me up right now.
The best
I am
thing
a
that,
gigantic Goliath grouper coming from the bottom to follow this Tiger team.
the best thing that's happening to all the Twins fans that I know is that thank God the Vikings are 3-0. I swear, because Twins fans right now are just miserable. But most of them care about the Vikings more. So the Vikings are dulling their pain. I mean, honestly, what Kevin O'Connell is doing for an entire region of this country cannot be overstated.
But I was texting with Trent during the Lions game yesterday because they ran a impressive hook and lateral play for a touchdown. And I merely text Trent after it happened, how sexy was that? To which he replied, Pamela Anderson Baywatch sexy, which I didn't even know he remembered that, which it's older than him, but it was an impressive pull. And I said, so what are you leading with tomorrow? And he goes, probably the Tigers. David, you know, you just left Michigan. Tigers are a big deal, just like the Twins are a big deal. They were banking on the Lions carrying all the weight this year for all of the Detroit sports, and the Tigers have come out of nowhere, and it's got to be special up there. Miller and Moulton. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when. What's on tap? Maybe a boost and a sprinkle as we finish things off right here. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I mean, these are closer to 60s than they are 30s.
Yeah, they're definitely
Like they're
45.
45-ish.
Yeah.
Not to mention giving two phone numbers in the same spots. Ludicrous.
Right. Yeah, Arizona doesn't have a tiebreaker because they don't have it over the Braves either. So that's why, even this 3-game series against the Giants, the Braves, you figure for the Braves to tie the Mets, they have to take at least 2 out of 3 this weekend. So you figure the Braves will probably have both tiebreakers against the Mets and or Arizona because they already have it against Arizona. And the Mets take 2 out of 3, they're in the playoffs. They'll be 3 up with 3 to play and on the tiebreaker. I just hope, 2 years ago, the Mets went into Atlanta with a 3-game lead with 3 to play. Not 3 to play, but about a week and a half to go and lost all 3. In 98, they went there needing to win 1 game to make the wild card, and they lost all 3. I mean, I can go chapter and verse here. I mean, this is facing your demons if you're the Mets. I mean, this franchise is your daddy.
My neighbor there, who's she's the big Mets fan. I see her and she gave me one of these, and then she just does one of these.
Yep. Yep.
Happy and scared to death all at the same time.
Yeah, CBW. The Brewers don't have anything to play for. They just lost they lost 3 out of 4 to Arizona. They're the 3 seed. They got nothing.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 till we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It's the bonus hour, the 239 and the 904. Brent and the guys follow us in the 904. We went 3-3, by the way, in our Jacksonville picks contest, which
that's a good week for us.
Well, it is for us, and unfortunately, we're not going to gain any ground. We're in last. Thank you very much. Thank you. But for the record, Mark Miller went 4-1 last week. Okay, Mark is above 500. He is. In fact, he's 2 games above 500.
Thank
So
you.
there. It's 11-9 through the first 4 weeks of the season.
How you doing, David?
Well, Mark, I'm winning one more game every week than I am the week before. I've gone from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3. The problem last week was I made 7 picks. So 3 right is still a losing week. So
Not for lack of effort, though, David.
Mark, I
That was
doubled my
straight up.
win total.
You jumped right out of the bat with Army covering. I'm like, here
I
he
know.
goes. He's going to have a week.
Yep. I'm a bad team. Okay. You know how, like, when you're a bad team, the offense shows up one night, but the pitching and defense doesn't. And then the next night you get the pitching and defense and you score 1 run on 4 hits and lose 2-1. That's what I am. Because 2 weeks ago, all right, I had a winning week with my college picks and got all my NFL picks wrong. This week, I went 1-3 on my college picks and 2-1 on my NFL picks. So I'm a bad team. I am the definition of a bad team. I am approaching the 2024 White Sox. I am in the conversation so far this year. I am 6-16 against the number. That's a 273 winning percentage.
That's White Sox-esque.
It's better than the 62 Mets and the 2024 White Sox, but it's in the conversation. Right.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right. We start in 1926. Gene Tunney defeats Jack Dempsey in a 10-round unanimous decision at was then Sesquicentennial Stadium, later known as JFK in Philadelphia. Rocky Marciano KO's defending champ Jersey Joe Walcott in the 13th round in Philadelphia today in 52. That'll Be the Day by Buddy Holly was the number 1 song in the land today in 57.
I like that song. Still, you could skip, you could snap your fingers to it today still.
Leaving some ugly stuff for you if you want it. The Jetsons, ABC's first color TV series, premiered today in 1962. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid made its premiere today in 69. Bob Marley played his final concert at the Stanley Theater in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania today in 1980. Jose Canseco is baseball's first to have a 40-40 year today in 88. Minore Ohm was the first female to play in an NHL exhibition game, doing so for the Lightning. Gave up 2 goals in 1 period of play today in 92.
Hey, can I stop you for a second? Did you see preseason hockey over the weekend? 2 things. First off, did you see Bedard's goal?
I did not.
Oh my goodness, look it up.
I will.
Look it up. It's the Michigan goal, only better.
All right.
Yeah. Secondly, so if I know it doesn't count because it's preseason, but we have a new team in Utah now. Phoenix moved to Utah. So, new name and everything. So Utah, their first goal that they scored, they scored for the Blues. They're down 1-0. They're on a delayed penalty. So the goalie's pulled. They got 6 guys on the ice. They pass it back. They misconnect. Puck goes all the way down in their own net. It could be an omen. I'm just saying.
Wow. The Shawshank Redemption was released today in 94. And Modern Family premiered on ABC today in 2009.
That Shawshank, that's really snappy. Upbeat, peppy, happy.
And I'll stop what I'm doing when it's on and watch the whole damn thing. Mickey Rooney, John Coltrane, Ray Charles all would have celebrated birthdays today. Your guy, Springsteen, 75 today, David. Larry Mize is 66, Jason Alexander, 65, and John Harbaugh is 62 years old today. What did I miss, David?
I will say Springsteen looks like he got his health back. He looks great. He's been doing 3+ hour concerts and huge shows. He did a massive show along the beach in Atlantic City.
I know. I saw some clips from that. Really cool.
Yeah. And he was asked, by the way, because I went to go see him at the beginning of this tour over a year ago. And I did it because I thought this was going to be his last tour. And he was asked about that a few weeks ago. And he said, we're not going to have a retirement tour. we're just going to play and we're never going to announce it. And he goes, and basically we're all just going to die. That's when we'll stop. I'm like, okay. All right. Hey, the legend of Billy the Kid started today in 1875. He was arrested for the first time. He was jailed, Mark. Do you know what he stole?
Like laundry or something like that, right?
That's exactly what he stole. He stole a basket of laundry. They put him in jail for that.
And then he escaped jail from it. What was the penalty for laundry thief?
I know. And talk about getting honked off. Okay, he then allegedly killed 21 people. I think maybe they took the wrong approach. Maybe they should have gone easy on him. I don't know. I'm just saying this time it didn't work.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to the Everglades and Ronald Kiger, who was the grand prize winner in this year's Florida Python Challenge. He removed 20 pythons from the Everglades during the 10-day hunt. He was runner-up a year ago. He was the winner this year. Way to go, Ron. Next year, maybe you and I can do that together.
Oh, are you serious? How much do you hate me? Because it's a lot. Okay. I would be freaked out. I'd be in a fetal position on whatever it is we're scooting around on.
We go to Ontario for the bad, where an Ontario man's facing a big fine for illegally shooting a moose. Then he lied about shooting the moose. It's always in the cover-up, David. He's going to get a $12,000 fine for his part in poaching the illegal moose. And finally, the ugly. We go to New York City, where a 17-year-old girl was arrested last week for taking an empty New York City subway train on a brief joyride before crashing it and fleeing. Her male companion, who was pictured on the train, is still on the loose. How do you steal a subway train?
I don't know. And where do you stash it?
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Monday, September the 23rd, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com. $10,000 signing bonus for new police officers. That's capecops.com.
Do you believe in the Kirk Cousins primetime thing? It's a loaded question, and you'll know why after you answer it.
A little bit. More than I don't.
All right. Now, it's a small sample size, but for whatever reason, Joe Burrow has not performed well on Monday Night Football. Now, he's only played 2 previous games. The DeMar Hamlin game from late 2022 season was technically canceled and does not count as an appearance by anyone involved in the game. All right. So Joe Burrow and the Bengals have only been on Monday Night Football 2 other times in his career. All right. So they have not scored 20 points in either game.
Ooh.
All right. They beat the Rams last year in a doubleheader week 1916. We didn't do that game. And they lost to Cleveland. That was when I first wore the Halloween costume. It was Halloween in 2022. And they got beat up pretty badly, 32-13.
Well, Joe Burrow has a Cleveland problem. I don't know about a primetime problem. I mean, Burrow has difficulty beating the Cleveland Browns.
Well, there's no doubt. And that's going to have to change. Getting off to another 0-2 start, no question. He's been sacked more than any other quarterback in the league since he entered the league.
How much of that do you put on him?
Well, a decent amount. He holds the ball a long time. Okay, I should say, I'm sorry, he's second in the league in being sacked since he entered the league. Russell Wilson is first. But then again, Burrow did miss, darn near half of one season and half of last season with injury. So if you talk in terms of games and sacks per game, Burrow has been sacked on average more than any other quarterback in the league since he entered the league in 2020. So in theory, Mark, I mean, Daniel Jones and the Giants moved the ball pretty well on this Commanders secondary. If they had a kicker, they would have won, and they would have scored probably, if you're counting the 3 extra points, they would have probably had another couple field goals that they couldn't even attempt. The Giants probably scored 27 points on the Commanders last week if they had a kicker. All right. I believe both Chase and Higgins are expected to play.
That's correct. All the word was yesterday that Higgins was playing.
Right. In theory, Mark, unless the Commanders put Burrow on the ground, he should tear them up.
Yes. I like Cincinnati a lot tonight. I like them laying the number.
Ooh,
I think
you'll lay the 7.5.
Yeah, I think they win and win comfortably tonight.
Okay. So Buffalo with 11 days to prepare because they played 2 Thursdays ago in Miami against the Jags. That's your 0-2 Jags. We point that out because 0-2 teams are 6-1 this week 3. Bengals would make it 7-1. But how much? I mean, this is the Jags season. They caught a break with Houston losing to Minnesota, but I mean, this is for Doug Peterson, for that regime, for Trent Baalke as GM, Doug Peterson as head coach. Trevor's going to be there most of the rest of the decade. Stop it with the talk about Trevor. Okay, he's going to be there. Whether he's the answer or not doesn't matter. He's going to be there. But for Doug Peterson, his offensive coordinator, and that GM, this is a big deal.
You said it, David. You said everything perfectly there. It's not just the season. This could be a regime game.
It could be. 0-3 going to Houston on a short week. They are worried in Jacksonville. I can attest to that. They're grumbling. They're grumbling for the first time with Doug Peterson as coach and Trevor Lawrence as quarterback. First time the fan base is grumbling loudly, I might add.
How many points am I getting with the Jags tonight?
5.5.
I'd take the points.
I'm tempted to also.
I'd take the points. I don't know if they'll get the win, but they are going to play their tails off tonight with the season on the line.
And if they don't, that'll speak volumes.
It really will.
But the Bills 2-0, haven't played in so long, we've probably forgotten about them. Chance to be the 5th 3-0 team tonight. And the Jets, obviously, very interested observers tonight. That Jets-Bills matchup on October 14th is just looming out there in Jersey. First matchup of the year between those two.
So I like the Jags and the points, and I'd lay the points with Cincinnati tonight for what it's worth. I think Burrow gets it done. I don't think there's much of a pass rush for Washington, so I don't see how they get to him all that often. And I think Higgins coming back proves to be the difference, and they'll be able to score some points tonight.
So you are betting on both 0-2 teams, taking the points with one, laying the points with the other.
I am.
4 baseball games tonight. That's it. However, 2 of them have real meaning. Phillies and Astros are both home. They need 1 win this week to clinch the division, both of them. Phillies are hosting the Cubs. Astros are hosting the Mariners. Mariners are 2 back, by the way, of the Royals and Tigers for a final playoff spot. An interesting game is in Arizona. Arizona's 2 up on the Braves, and they're tied with the Mets. But the Mets and Braves both own the tiebreakers against Arizona. So Arizona, who has 3 at home with San Francisco, but then they got 3 with the Padres. They don't face Blake Snell in this series, do the Diamondbacks. They need to take advantage of that. Miller and Moulton, have a great rest of your Monday. Thanks for listening.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.